nyo lang ay i-download ng Sendwave app. Gawa kayo ng account, ilagay nyo yung bank account details nyo dyan. Okay? At pwede na kayo magpadala sa GCash, sa mga bangko at iba't ibang mga pawn shop sa bansa. At kapag ginamit nyo pa kayong promo code na Coach Jared, ay makakuha kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit. Kaya mga Coachero, gamitin na si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. Para makalimutan ang Pogo. Hindi ko gets yung pinag-uusapan dito sa baba. Pasensya na po. Okay, ito na. Ito na guys, ito na. Nagulat ako dito sa ganap na to kanina. Kaninang umaga. Umaga pa to. Nagulat ako sa balita. Ano yung balita? Si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ay nagpunta ng Davao. Legit yung balita na yan. Alam naman natin yan sa maghapon, di ba? Pinag-usapan na ng mga ibang vloggers yan. Ngayon, pag-usapan natin. Hindi ko nang alam kung ano yung sinabi nila ng ibang vloggers. Okay lang, siguro pareho na sinabi, pwede rin hindi. Pero, eto na nga. Marcos in Davao for the first time. For the first time. Since World War with Duterte. Pumasok ka. For the first time, Marcos is in Davao. Anyway. So yun, nagpunta nga daw siya first time. Simula nung nag-away. Actually, hindi naman siya nag-away. Si Digong lang yung umaaway. Si Digong lang yung umaaway, guys. Kay PBBM. So ito na nga. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. arrived in Davao City on Wednesday, February 7, to grace numerous events in the administration. His first visit to the bailiwick of his predecessor Rodrigo Duterte since the two traded accusations regarding drug use. Puntahan natin yung balita tungkol dyan.
Magkasama sina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos at Vice President Sara Duterte sa ilang event sa Davao City. Wala kasi ang kapatid ng bise na si Mayor Baste na bumanat kamakailan kay BBM. Narito ang report.
Si Bongbong Marcos ay yung presidente na
bangag
ang presidente.
Higit isang linggo mula ng bitawan ni dating Pangulong Duterte ang may init na pahayag na yan, personal na bumisita si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos sa baluarte ng mga Duterte, ang Davao City. Pinangunahan niya ang pagpapasinaya sa Davao City Bulk Water Supply Project. Ipinag-utos dito ng Pangulo na paspasan ang pagsasaayos ng water project sa bansa, lalo't nariyan ang banta ng climate change at El Nino.
Any disruption to the water supply, such as the one posed by the El Nino phenomenon, which we are feeling the effects of now, degrades our quality of life. It dampens our economic activity and can fuel disorder.
Kapansin-pansing wala sa event si Davao City Mayor Baste Duterte na kamakailan lang ay nagsabing dapat nang magbitiw sa pwesto si Pangulong Marcos. Nagtungo rin si PBBM sa Rizal Memorial College sa Davao City para sa pamamahagi ng higit 2,500 na titulo ng lupa sa agrarian reform beneficiaries. Wala pa rin dito si Mayor Baste, pero present na ang kapatid niyang si Vice President Sara Duterte na siya mismong nagpakilala sa Pangulo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Sa kanyang talumpati, may hirit naman si Pangulong Marcos. Sabi niya, marami siyang magagandang alaala sa Davao. Ito ay kahit pa malinaw ang mga patutsada sa kanya ng mga Duterte.
Marami ring mga pagkakaibigang panghabang buhay ang naburito. Hindi mawala sa aking puso ang pagmamahal ng Davao sa mga tao dito.
Kasama pa rin ang Pangulo si VP Sara habang nilalagdaan ang kontrata sa pagtatayo ng Davao Public Transport Modernization Project. Isa itong bus-based public transport system na layong mapaganda ang commuter experience sa lungsod.
The infrastructure we are building must not only wipe out the arrears of the past, but must respond to the needs of the present and anticipate circumstances in the future.
Nagbabalita mula sa Frontline, Maricel Halili, News 5.
Tama na, dude. Ka na. So, yan. Tatlong event yun, Tatlong event. Yung opening ng water facility, yung distribution ng title sa CARP, tsaka itong sa DOT app. Tatlong event yun. Ano ba naman yung maghati-hati kayong tatlo? Yung tatay, yung anak, tsaka yung kapatid. DB? DB? Anyway. So, yun. Which now, medyo weird. Medyo weird. Alam ko ba, matapang. Alam matapang. Hindi man lang kayo nagparally na Davao is not for sale. Sa Davao. Diba? Masabihin, kasi may mga nagsasabi, baka hindi invited. May mga nagsasabing ganun. May mga nagsasabing, baka kasi hindi invited. Kasi, alam nyo na, si BBM, Coops, baka hindi invited. O sabihin natin hindi invited, walang nagparali. Diba? Ilan kayo dyan? Nung prayer, yung prayer rally nyo, ilan kayo dyan sa Davao na nag-prayer rally? Hindi nyo naman nagawang mag-rally itong mga panahon na to. Siguro naman meron kayong Freedom Park dyan sa Davao, yung hindi nyo kailangan ng permit. And even if hindi nyo kailangan ng permit, even if kailangan nyo pala ng permit, anak nyo naman si Baste. Pwede sila makakuha ng permit anytime. Wala. Kahit rally, kahit kung hindi invited, kung hindi invited. Kasi may mga nagsasabing ganun hindi naman invited Kupal kasi si PBBM Pero binabasa ko lang kasi mga kupal. Coops kasi, etc. Di in-invite kasi weak leader takot. Okay, teritoryo nyo na yan. Hindi pa kayo nagparali. Nasaan ang nakaraang pangulo? Nasaan ang tapang? Hashtag nasaan ang tapang? Diba? Sabihin na natin hindi in-invite. Well, kasi diba, I mean, bastos Sabihin natin hindi in-invite ng PCO. Or hindi in-invite ng Office of the President. Sabihin na natin ganun. Kung hindi man in-invite. Pero hindi nyo na ilabas yung saloobin nyo na napakatapang yung inilabas nung February 8. Nung panahon na tinawag ni Digong na bangag sa stage si PBBM, hindi mo ngayon masabi ng harapan? Wala? Walang ganun? Yung 2 beses kung saan, kahit man ang press con, wala bang pa-press con sa kanila? Kahit isa? 3 silang magkakapatid. Isang congressman, isang mayor, isang vice-presidente. Yung tatay nila, dating presidente. Yung 3, yung 2 doon, obvious na galit sa presidente. Hindi ko lang alam yung pangalawa. Ay, itong vice-presidente natin ngayon. Hindi ko alam. Pero at least meron 3. Meron kang Pulong, merong Baste, meron kang Digong. Yung 3 na yan. Pwede mag-rally yan. Nandiyan na kayo? Nandiyan na yung minumura-mura nyo? Nandiyan na yung tinawag yung tamad? Nandiyan na yung tinawag yung weak? Nandiyan na yung tinawag yung bangat? Sa harapan nyo mismo. Hindi nyo nagawa. hindi, merong PSG eh. Paano makasabihin sa harapan niya, etc. etc. Kahit statement, wala kayong ginawa. Kaya nga ano eh, at the very least, mga kotsero, rally na lang. Lang yan, buti pa nga ito mga CPP, NPA, NDF eh. Pag merong SONA, lahat sila nandun sa Kongreso. Nakapulutong sila doon. Kung ano-anong pinagsususunog. Tinalo pa kayo ng CPP, NPA, NDF? Talaga? Eh di ba CPP, NPA, NDF na yung pinakamababang klase ng nilalang na meron tayo sa Pilipinas? Tapos yung nagagawa nila, hindi nyo kayang gawin? Wala ko tapang. Bus na yung 51B. Bus na rin yung 51B. Asan yung tapang? Hinahanap ko yung tapang eh. Kasi yun yung branding nilang lahat. Maangas, walang kinakatakutan, matapang, kahit ICC, hindi aatrasan, pero gusto magtago sa Mindanao pag nandun yung ICC. Wala saan na yung tapang? Kahit rally na lang guys, kahit rally, at least yung rally, gumagawa ka ng statement. Diba? Gumagawa ka ng statement. Ulitin ko lang, si PBBM kahit saan magpunta na bansa, mapa-Amerika, mapa-UK, mapa-Singapore, mapa-UAE, mapa-Saudi, kahit saan pumuntang bansa, merong rally ng migrante. CPP, NPA, NDF yun guys. May rally ng migrante. Tapos ito, baluarte nyo na, wala kayong ginawa. Anyari sa tapang? Yung malasakit, di ko alam. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yung malasakit. Tapang na lang. Kasi yun yung branding nila eh. Tapang. Walang inaatrasan. Walang kinakatakutan. O yan. Ba't di kayo nag-rally? Malamang ang excuse ganito. Siyempre, re-respeto din naman namin yung presidente, etc. etc. Respeto? Tinawag nyo nga tamad, pinagre-resign nyo pa. Tinawag nyo bangang, tinawag nyo adik, may pahamon-hamon pa mag-practice sa luneta. Eto, pagkakataon nyo nang sabihin sa kanya ng harapan yan, hindi nyo pa rin ginawa. Kami. Nagbubulahan na lang tayo dito. Wala pong DBS dyan na magtatanggol kay Ladigong. Tanggol nyo naman. Sa baba. Pero ba sa chatroom dyan na DBS na pwedeng ipagtanggol si Digong? Siguro naman sa 3,698 ngayon sa YouTube at 224 sa YouTube, sa Facebook. Malamang sa malamang may isang DBS dyan. Pagtanggol nyo naman. Baluarte nyo na yan eh. Pagkakataon nyo na yan, murahin siya to his face. Pagkakataon nyo na yan na gumawa ng statement, Davao is not for sale. Hindi nyo nagawa. Coach Jared lang daw matapang. Asa na? Ano yung tapang? Kasi yun yung branding nyo eh. Yun yung branding nyo kasi. Oh, ano na? Tulog pa raw, sabi ni Lerma. Tulog pa kasi. Baka kasi maaga yung event na. Ibigin na sa kanila yan, baka masyadong maaga. Di ba nagsabi si Digong dati? Sa gabi daw siya nagtatrabaho, sabi niya. Baka ano. Ay, may nagtanggol. Ay. Si Dummy Head. Ipa-drug test mo yung PBBM mo. Ang wika mo ala. Digong mo nga, hindi hinarap si BBM eh. Digong mo nga, hindi hinarap si BBM sa Davao eh. Ayan na. Ay, na. Dumayo na yun ah. Na-bait ah. Oo nga, Mr. Manuba. Na-bait eh. Hindi niya kinaya yung pagka-trigger. Anyway. Yan tuloy natag ka. Nagparamdam ka kasi yan tuloy natag ka. Tagu-taguan, mahuli tayo. Ay, naku. Kamusta naman daw yung tamad, guys? Tamad daw si PBBM eh. Tamad. Tamad daw, sabi ni Baste. Tamad. Lazy. Marcos, resign. Tamad na pala to. Itutuloy niya yung iniwanan sa ere ng tatay mo. Imagine mga kotsero, itong Mindanao Railway, project pa to ng tatay niya. Di ba, Ste? Hindi natuloy to. Alam niyo kung bakit di natuloy to? Nagka-problema sa magpopondo. Sino ba dapat ang magpopondo niyan? China. Baka sabihin ng mga mga DBS, sabihin nila, paano popondohan ng China yan? Galit nga ang China kay PBBM. Alam nyo, panahon pa ho ni Digong, hindi na mapondohan yan ng China. Panahon pa lang ni Digong. Panahon pa lang ni Digong. Hindi na napondohan yan ng China. Hindi niya natapos yan. Hindi niya natapos yung Mindanao Railway na yan. Partida, mga kotsero, 100 kilometers lang yan. Hindi yan kumbaga, hindi yan na sobrang habang riles ng tren. Kahit man lang 20 kilometers, walang natapos. O kahit from Davao City to another, 3 stop yan eh. Tagum yung pinakahuli. Yung gitna. Diba? Simula dun sa Davao City hanggang dun sa gitna. Yung pangalan. Kalimutan ko. Basta Davao City yung gitna, tapos Tagum. Kahit pa lang yun, yung gitna na yun, wala na umpisahan dun. Panahon pa ni Digong yan. Tapos ngayon, si PBBM ang tumatrabaho para mapondohan niya. Sino ngayon? Digos yung isa. Digos pala yung dulo, kabilang dulo. Digos pala, gitna pala yung Davao. Anyway. So yun. Hindi man lang natapos kahit yung Digos to Davao man o Davao to or Digos to Tagum. Walang natapos kahit kalahati sa 100 kilometers. Sino ngayon ang tumatrabaho para mapondohan yan? Si PBBM. Siya naghahanap ng popondo dyan. Meron ng mga gusto magpondo dyan. Gustong pondohan ng JICA yan. Gustong pondohan ng Amerika yan. Build pa to. Itong Mindanao Railway na to. Ngayon nasa build better more na tayo. Ngayon pa lang mauumpisahan. Sinabi ni PBBM yan kanina. I'm ordering the Secretary of Transportation and the Secretary of Finance to work in tandem to explore financing sources for the 103-kilometer Tagum-Davao-Digos Railway. Dito na pala nakasulat na. Sana pala binasa ko na lang. Basa-basa rin kasi. Eto man lang. Kahit Davao to Tagum or Davao to Digos, di ba? At least merong natapos. Wala eh. Walang natapos si Digong eh. Ano pang sinabi niya noong nakaraan? Huwag niyo munang i-develop ang Davao. Baka daw masabihan na kurakot ako. Di ba sinabi niya yun? Pinag-usapan natin ito nakaraan, na Saturday. Sinabi ni Digong mismo. Sabi niya, sinabi ko sa aking secretaries na huwag i-develop ang Davao. Baka kasi sabihin, pinaprioritize ko ang Davao kasi lugar ko siya. Pero may 51 billion na budget galing sa DPWH. 51 billion pa more. Yung video niyan guys, panood natin yung balita sa Davao na sa railway.
It is a strong reaffirmation of our commitment to develop the Davao region. It is a demonstration of our resolve to deliver what people in all regions deserve. A mass transportation system that can move commuters and commerce efficiently.
Ang Davao Public Transportation Modernization Project ay patunay ng pagnanais ng pamahalaan na maging maayos ang public transport system. Ito ang binigyan diin ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ng kanyang saksihan ang ceremonial signing ng naturang proyekto. Tiniyak ng Pangulo na patuloy na isusulong ng kanyang administrasyon ang modernisasyon sa Mindanao. Kaya naman inatasan niya Department of Transportation at Finance Department na hanapan ng pondo ang railway system project sa Mindanao.
I'm ordering the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Finance to work in tandem to explore financing sources for the 103-kilometer Tagum-Davao-Digos Railway.
Sa oras na makumpleto ang transport modernization projects, ayon kay DOTR Secretary Jaime Bautista, magsisilbi itong halimbawa sa ibang mga probinsya. Pinangunahan rin ng Pangulo ang pamamahagi ng land titles ng Department of Agrarian Reform sa Davao Region. Ayon kay Pangulong Marcos, patuloy na tutulungan ng pamahalaan ang mga magsasaka upang mapataas ang produksyon sa agrikultura at maitaas ang antas ng kanilang pamumuhay.
Ang Agrarian Reform Act po ay hindi lamang nagbibigay ng titulo ng lupa. Patuloy ang suporta pagkatapos dahil nga kung wala namang suporta ang ating mga magsasaka kahit pa may hawak na titulo, hindi kayang magsaka yan.
Aabot sa 2,500 land titles ang naibigay sa Agrarian Reform beneficiaries. Tinuntahan rin ni Pangulong Marcos ang inaugurasyon ng Davao City Bulk Water Supply Project. Isa ito sa pinakamalaking private bulk water supply facilities sa ilalim ng isang pribadong kumpanya. Ayon sa Pangulo, malaki ang may tutulong nito upang maibsan ang kakulangan ng supply ng tubig. Kaya naman inatasan ni PBBM ang mga kinaukulang ahensya na tapusin na ang lahat ng water projects. Ito ay sa gitna na rin ng banta ng tagtuyot dulot ng El Nino phenomenon sa bansa. Nel Maribuhok, UNTV News and Rescue, Diyos ang amin sa...
At least merong Mindanao Railway na itutuloy, no? Na hindi natapos ni Tatay Diggs. Tatay Diggs! Maramdaman. Sa Ilocos daw magrarally si Digo. Sige nga. Rally nga dyan sa Ilocos Norte. Alam niyo mga ganun, imposible yun eh, di ba? Pero ito kapag nagpunta si PBBM sa Davao, baluarte nila yan. So, they can do that if they want to. Wala. Di nila ginawa. Sorry. Ito pa. So, namigay na nga ng land titles kanina. Ito, matagal na niya tinatrabaho to. Last year, pinirmahan niya yung batas tungkol dito sa agrarian reform. Yung amnesty. Naalala niyo yun? Yung pala yung tamad. Yung pala yung tamad. Diba? Nakapagbigay ng lupa sa mga magsasaka. Na finally, yung agrarian reform program ni Apo Lakay na ipagpatuloy sa anak niya. Yan pala yung tamad, no? Tamad pala yan. Meron pa. Eto. O, diba? Ulan ng ulan sa Davao eh. Mabaha. O, sabi. O, sige, game. 265 million na aid. Go. Good luck. Diba hinahanap nila? Nasaan daw yung Pangulo dun sa ano? Tas ako na. Parang ine-expect nila na yung Pangulo yung nandun sa baha eh. 265 million. Para dun sa ano. DSWD yan eh. Sa DSWD yan pupunta. The 265 million released by the President adds to the emergency cash transfer already assisting those affected by the floods and landslides according to the Department of Social Welfare Development Secretary Rex Gatchalian. 265 million. Ito pa matindi mga Ochero ha. Ito ha, tamad to. Hindi to related sa mga nangyayari sa Davao ngayon. Matagal na nangyayari to. Pambansang pabahay now rising in Davao City. Hindi pa kayo may pambansang pabahay na sa lugar namin, wala pa. Naunahan pa kami. Partida ha. Mas malapit kami sa Manila. Diyos ko. Ano daw? Teka. May nag-delete ka agad ng comment, takot mabash. Sino yan? Sino yung nag-delete na yan? Repost. Game. Ito. Yung pambansang pabahay, tinatayo na sa Davao City, oh. Grabe naman kayo. Naikinabang mga constituents ni Baste sa pambansang pabahay. Nakakaya naman. The 82 building project under President Ferdinand Marcos 4PH, pambansang pabahay para sa Pilipino, is now rising in the city. Isabihin, kino-construct na 82 buildings to, guys. Oh. Grabe naman yung tamad. Kung ganito ang tamad, anong standard nyo ng masipag? Kung ito yung tamad, ano yung standard nyo ng masipag, guys? Diyos ko. Wait lang, guys. Wait lang. May isi-screenshot lang ako, guys. Wait lang. Kalma lang. Minsan lang ako magpe-flex, guys. Pasensya na. Minsan lang ako mag-flex, guys. Pasensya nyo na. Ayan. Anyway, ang sabi, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development Secretary DSUD Rizalino Acuzar and Social Housing Finance Corporation President Federico Lacsa inspected the project site on Thursday along with other key housing officials. The SHFC is spearheading the project dubbed Peoplesville 1, 2, and 3, composed of a total of 82 buildings with 8,200 residential units. Currently, 5-story buildings are in the final phases of construction in the housing projects. Ibig sabihin, mga Kojero, dito sa proyekto na to, lakihan nga natin. Diyos ko, kailangan i-highlight. PCO, ano ba nangyayari sa inyo? Ba't hindi nyo binibuild up to mga ganito? Ito dapat yung binibuild up nyo, PCO, mga accomplishments. Hindi lang puro meeting. Puro meeting ang pinapakita nyo eh. Nung silbi ng meeting sa amin. Tapos, ito, may I digress a bit. Ito pang kabalbala na ginagawa ng PCO. Magpo-post sila ng meeting, 60 seconds. Tapos puro music lang. Tapos makikita niyo lang si PBBM nagtututurong ganun. Tapos may mga nagsasalita sa mic. Ano makukuha namin dun? Diba? Lagyan nyo naman ng laman. The result of this meeting is kahit voice over na lang. PBBM met with the officials of this. The result of this meeting was pak. 2 to 3 minutes. Pang TikTok, okay na. Sino? Emerald naman, galaw-galaw dyan. Social media ka, diba? Galaw-galaw dyan. Anyway. Magagalit na naman sa akin ng PCO. PCO tamad din. Totoo. Yan, legit na tamad talaga ang PCO, promise. Emerald, galaw-galaw ka naman, Emerald. Diyos ko. Undersecretary ka ng social media dyan. Media relations pala. Social media, something. Anyway. Diba? Ito yung mga hina-highlight dapat 82 buildings na may 8,200 residential units. Okay. Ilang buildings to dapat? 8 buildings pala, 82 buildings. 82 buildings. Okay, 82 nga talaga. Ala ko 8. O sa 82 buildings na yan, 5 na yung nakatayo at pwede nang matirhan. Why not? Why not, baste? Yan pa pala yung tamad. Bagong Pilipinas na, PCO. I like this comment, Aisha. Saan yung comment ni Aisha? Bagong Pilipinas na, PCO. I like it. So, sa 82 buildings, 5 na yung nakatayo. In a few months, final phases na of construction. So, in a few months, mamimigay na sila ng bahay dyan. Diyan mismo sa Davao City. Baste. Kung ito ang standard nyo ng PBBM, ewan ko lang kung anong standard nyo ng Masipag. Diba? Tatay Diggs, kung ito ang standard ng bangag. Anong standard nyo ng hindi bangag? Nang hindi lang Diba? Tapos sasabihin ni PBBM sa huli, marami akong kaibigan dito.
Hoy, ano may tatawid
Dami akong kaibigan dito sa tao. I'm sure, alam nyo, I'm sure si PBBM para sa kanya.
Pedestrian lane.
Walang yan. Yung mga
Yan ay simpleng
dito.
linya sa
Wala
kalsada.
lang yan, hindi niya papansinin yan.
Yan ay mga guhit sa kalsada na kadalasan may nadidisgrasya. Yan ay linya na hindi kilala ng mga kamoteng motorista. Yan ay pinintura sa kalsada para sa kaligtasan ng masa. Subalit, may nakakalungkot lamang na katotohanan. Marami sa atin, ito ay hindi alam. Marami sa motorista, ito ay binabaliwala. Yung iba, humaharurot pa, halatang mangmang sa kalsada. Ilang beses na ba na may naaksidente sa linyang ito? Hindi na mabilang ang mga napahamak sa linyang ito. Ilang buhay na ba ang nawala ng dahil sa linyang ito? Ito ay simpleng linya lamang na hindi alam ng mga kamote sa salansangan. Ang linyang ito ay dapat inirerespeto. Dapat alisto ka sa linyang ito. Kapag dumaan ka, dapat magmenor ka. At hindi yung kamoteng haharurot pa.
Bang!
Ang linyang ito ay ginawa para sa kaligtasan ng masa. At hindi starting point para magkarera. Kaya matutong respetuhin ang linyang ito sa kalsada para hindi ka makadisgrasya at maabala ka. Ang videong ito ay para sa lahat, para maiwasan ang aksidente sa kalsada. Ugaliing magminor pag malapit ka na sa linyang ito, para hindi ka magaya sa isang kamoteng ito.
Bakit? Ayaw tumatawid doon. Bakit? Kamote.
Kalma na tayo, kalma na, okay.
Lakago nga eh. Hindi kita mong tumatawid dyan.
Ayaw mo na, ayaw mo.
Oo, sige, maraming kamote. Pabihan mo na.
Mainit, mainit.
Eh, kala sila marunong na maggago eh.
Ayaw mo na, ayaw mo.
Parehas eh. Parehas kamote. Pangina. Solid line. Parehas kamote. Pangina. Nakikita mo yan. Mag-record ka. Record ka. Oh. Nakatigil ka. Hindi ko bago naman yun. Bilis naman ang e-trike na yan. Tanga. Bobo kayo. Tangin ninyo. Parehas kamote. Alam nyo solid white yun. U-turn ka. Ano nagbubuha to?
Kung nangingilo yung ngipin mo, pag malamig ang ininom mo, posibleng recommend ako, alam kong epektibo.
The Earth is a dying rock, and time is passing. You only have 10 years to plan your escape, how to evacuate as many people as possible. What resources do we need to carry to survive? Where should we go? If we find that the Earth has only 10 years left before it is destroyed, we need to make a survival plan for mankind. There are 7.8 billion people in the world, and our survival plan must be as large as possible. Today's space shuttle technology can only transport 5 to 7 people into space at a time. This means that we need more than 1 billion space shuttles to transport everyone out of the Earth. This is not feasible. We need larger spacecraft and fast. In order to design and build spaceships at an alarming speed, we need to work together. We need to put aside wars and conflicts to help the plan succeed. We need to bring the best and brightest people to our new home, including scientists, doctors, engineers, and maintenance personnel. Everyone needs to ensure the normal operation of the spacecraft and future settlements. Oh, I think the selection process will be very strict. So if you want to be one of the survivors, you have to find a way to stand out. Now that you have more opportunities to be selected as a survivor, you may want to know what will happen next. Strict screening must be carried out to ensure that only healthy people can leave the Earth. An outbreak of disease may mean the demise of mankind, but it is impossible to take everyone with us. We must leave many people on this dying rock. But how many people can we save? It is estimated that we only need to save 98 people, which is enough for humans to survive and maintain a healthy population. But other scientists believe that we need at least 14,000 people. Rounding it up, our goal is to evacuate 15,000 people. But how do we choose these people? This may depend on the number of people on the Earth. For example, India can send 2,700 people, accounting for 17.7% of the global population, while the United States can send 600 people, accounting for 4.25% of the global population. Or will we select personnel based only on skills and qualifications? This will continue many of today's inequalities. Who we choose will have a huge impact on the future culture and attitudes of mankind. In order to maintain all the cultures on Earth, we need to find ways to protect them. Now, let's talk about technical issues. To transport 15,000 people to take refuge in space, we need a huge spacecraft or many small spacecraft, although building a spacecraft is the most efficient. If the spacecraft is damaged or malfunctions, there will be a great risk. Two of the biggest challenges are how to build such a complex spacecraft and where to build it. Building in space can give us more freedom. We can optimize the spacecraft according to space conditions rather than letting it survive the cruel journey from the Earth. Moreover, it will also help if we transfer raw materials into space before we start construction, but this may take a while. Currently, the maximum payload of a SpaceX rocket is 63,800 kilograms, 140,660 pounds. The next huge challenge to be overcome is to consider how many important resources we need to carry. We need to build a self-sufficient spacecraft. Solar energy will be the main energy source. After all, it is free, and the sun will continue to burn for billions of years. However, everything needs to be perfectly balanced to produce oxygen and water, grow food, dispose of waste, and regulate temperature and pressure. But first, we need to reserve enough food on the spacecraft so that everyone can survive before we can start growing food in space. To survive the first 2 years, you alone need as much as 400 kilograms, 880 pounds, of food. And these foods need all the carbohydrates, fats, protein, and fiber you need to stay healthy. Each person also needs 1726 liters, 456 gallons of water. Now, multiplying these numbers by 15,000 can provide enough food and water for everyone on board. This will require a lot of water. Therefore, our spacecraft will use state-of-the-art recycling of the renewable water system. Where are we going? First of all, we must establish a transit station for deeper space exploration. Fortunately, when the evacuation began, we already had a moon-orbiting spacecraft dedicated to providing food and oxygen supplies to astronauts. Then, we may go to Mars and orbit Mars there for a period of time. However, we still need to find a way to send everyone to the Red Planet. Can we complete all these tasks in just 10 years? Well, we already have the motivation, technology and funds to make civilian space travel possible in the near future.
One of the most interesting features on Pluto are called cryovolcanoes, which are a type of volcano that erupts icy volatiles such as water, methane, or ammonia instead of molten rock. Cryovolcanoes can also be found on some icy moons in our solar system, such as Enceladus and Europa. And on Pluto, there are several mountainous regions that have pits or depressions on their surfaces, which could be the result of cryovolcanic activity. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for cryovolcanic activity on Pluto is this feature called Right Mons. The mountain, which is located in the southern hemisphere, rises to a height of 2.5 miles, which is 4 kilometers above the surrounding terrain, and has a wide summit depression. If in fact it is an ice volcano, as suspected, it would be the largest of its kind discovered in the outer solar system. One of the most interesting features on Pluto are called cryovolcanoes, which are a type of volcano that erupts icy volatiles such as water, methane, or ammonia instead of molten rock. Cryovolcanoes can also be found on some icy moons in our solar system, such as Enceladus and Europa. And on Pluto, there are several mountainous regions that have pits or depressions on their surfaces, which could be the result of cryovolcanic activity. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for cryovolcanic activity on Pluto is this feature called Right Mons. The mountain, which is located in the southern hemisphere, rises to a height of 2.5 miles, which is 4 kilometers above the surrounding terrain, and has a wide summit depression. If in fact it is an ice volcano, as suspected, it would be the largest of its kind discovered in the outer solar system. One of the most interesting features on Pluto are called
Dahil sa stress, nawawalan ako ng focus at nahahagard.
Kaya mag-stress tab na. Tulong para mabalik ang mental focus at healthy skin.
Kakayanin ko ang stress para sa kanila.
Ambi Pure Car. Hahanapin, huhulihin at tatanggalin ang bad odor.
Japan's sleek probe has just made history with its remarkable touchdown on the moon, marking Japan as the 5th country to achieve this feat. The extensive project, years in the making, showcased new advanced technology that could revolutionize space exploration. However, amidst the excitement, something mysterious was noticed about the probe, sparking widespread curiosity. It turns out there was more to this mission than initially known. What happened to the slim probe on the moon? What secrets have been uncovered about its true purpose and its impact on space exploration? Join us as we delve into Japan's Moon Sniper mission. On January 19th, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency successfully landed its special probe SLIM on the moon, achieving a remarkable milestone. This incredible accomplishment began back in 2005 with the concept of building a small lunar landing experiment satellite. By 2013, SLIM had been proposed as one of 7 focused missions for the years. Fast forward to April 2016, SLIM became an official JAXA project, with Mitsubishi tasked with constructing the spacecraft. The primary goal of the mission was to test new landing technology, aiming for a precise pinpoint landing technique that could significantly impact future space exploration endeavors. SLIM's journey to the moon lasted approximately 4 months. It started with a ride along the Gray Imaging and Spectroscopy mission. After separating from X-RISM, SLIM changed direction, preparing to enter lunar orbit. By December 25, 2023, SLIM gracefully entered lunar orbit, culminating in one of the most perfect moon landings witnessed. Previous moon landings often faced challenges in landing at the desired location. The success of SLIM's landing would determine if a new, modern technique could achieve pinpoint accuracy, a critical advancement for space exploration. On January 19th, SLIM made a precise soft landing on its target location, marking a significant breakthrough. However, a power issue arose as the solar panel was facing away from the sun due to the landing orientation. JAXA's ground team had to deploy backup batteries to operate 2 rovers for surface measurements. Despite this setback, the multiband spectroscopic camera mounted on SLIM captured valuable images, reassuring JAXA that the lander hadn't sustained major damage. Initially planned to operate for at least 2 weeks using solar power, the unexpected landing orientation forced JAXA to wait until the end of the lunar day, when the sun's rays would illuminate the solar panel. This delay demonstrated Japan's capability to make precise landings on the moon and achieve a soft landing, a challenge even for agencies like NASA. Unlike NASA's Apollo missions, which faced complications during landing, Japan's Moon Sniper mission showcased the possibility of landing accurately and softly on target, marking a significant achievement in space exploration. Overall, it appears that the automatic landing systems failed, requiring manual control for landing. Despite this challenge, SLIM managed to land precisely on target, a significant achievement considering recent failures in lunar landings. Many moon probes have crashed or landed in unplanned locations, making SLIM's soft crash landing a notable success. Imagine a rocket losing one of its engines mid-flight. The worst-case scenario would result in a crash, while the best-case scenario would be an emergency landing in a convenient spot. Despite losing its nozzle, SLIM landed precisely on target, earning Japan an honorable position among moon-exploring nations. In contrast to NASA's Apollo missions during the space race, where resources were abundant and focused on proving superiority, today's lunar missions are driven more by curiosity and historical recognition. Consequently, probes and vessels today may use substandard materials to minimize costs, leading to a higher failure rate, particularly with privately built landers. The challenges of communication and lack of atmosphere on the moon further complicate landings. Moon's interference with radio signals and the absence of parachutes for landing necessitate precise engine control. Heavy probes increase the likelihood of crashes, highlighting the significance of Japan's successful landing. Japan's partnership with NASA suggests that its innovative guidance system could benefit future NASA missions like the Artemis program. However, despite its success, an anomaly occurred with SLIM's landing orientation on the moon, raising concerns about future missions' reliability. The mystery surrounding SLIM's landing orientation persists, with speculation suggesting external forces may have caused the anomaly. Despite meticulous design and programming for precise landing, SLIM ended up landing face down, contrary to expectations. Understanding this anomaly is crucial for ensuring the success of future missions, including NASA's endeavors. It seems that despite having all the necessary components for a successful landing, SLIM unexpectedly ended up landing on its nose, leaving experts puzzled. JAXA acknowledged that one of SLIM's engines failed just before touching down on the lunar surface, attributing it to an external factor. Speculation arose, suggesting extraterrestrial interference, particularly among conspiracy theorists who believe in the presence of aliens on the moon. However, this remains conjecture, clouded by the mystery surrounding the event. Currently, SLIM's solar panels face westward, leaving it powerless until sunlight reaches it once again. To unravel the mystery, JAXA awaits satellite imagery, perhaps from NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Despite the anomaly, SLIM's mission was a relative success compared to other 21st century moon landings. Its precision earned it high regard, as it deviated by only 50 meters from its target. Additionally, SLIM managed to deploy 2 experimental rovers, named Lunar Excursion Vehicles, before its battery depleted. LEV-1, resembling a frog-like rover, and LEV-2, a ball that transforms into a wheeled camera, await reactivation once sunlight returns. The cost of the SLIM spacecraft, totaling 88.18 billion yen, underscores the financial investment in this mission. The 2 rovers, particularly LEV-2, renamed Sora-Q, represent remarkable advancements in technology, combining toy, sensor robotics, and space technologies. SLIM's project manager, Shinakara Sakai, emphasized the mission's significance in showcasing the capability to land precisely, inspiring future lunar exploration endeavors. This success is undoubtedly a triumph for Japan's space agency, potentially enabling missions to unexplored lunar regions, including the far side or dark side of the moon. This region, often shrouded in controversy and conspiracy theories, remains a tantalizing frontier for exploration, fueling curiosity about its mysteries and potential discoveries. The moon's far side is indeed shrouded in mystery, with reports of strange radio interference and unexplained crashes from lunar missions adding to its enigma. Rumors have circulated about NASA sending astronauts to explore the far side, purportedly encountering a crashed alien ship and even retrieving alien corpses for analysis. However, NASA vehemently denies these claims, stating that the last manned mission was Apollo 17. JAXA's reputation has soared as it emerged as a trusted international partner for NASA and the European Space Agency, contributing significantly to projects like the International Space Station and the Gateway Lunar Station. Amidst these collaborations, JAXA has been planning its own missions, with the SLIM landing being just one of many to come. JAXA's next venture involves a trip to Mars, with the Martian moon exploration spacecraft slated for launch in 2024. This mission aims to collect samples and data from Mars moons, Phobos and Deimos, utilizing the H-3 launch vehicle. Despite encountering setbacks in the H-3 rocket's test launch, JAXA remains determined, with plans for further flights and the development of the monumental New Glenn rocket for Mars missions. Aside from planetary exploration, another motive for Japan's lunar endeavors may be to explore space-based solar power. The United States recently published a study exploring the possibility of collecting solar energy in Earth's orbit and transmitting it back to the surface via microwave, offering a potential source of clean energy. While the costs and logistics of such systems are still under scrutiny, the concept has garnered interest from experts. In summary, Japan's foray into lunar and planetary exploration, coupled with its innovative space-based solar power initiatives, highlights the evolving landscape of space exploration. With advanced landing technology and collaborative efforts with agencies like NASA, the future of space missions appears promising, paving the way for groundbreaking discoveries and advancements. The concept of collecting solar energy in orbit presents an enticing opportunity to potentially achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions, particularly for nations like the United States and others. Unlike collecting solar energy on Earth, where atmospheric interference diminishes efficiency, space-based solar energy offers the purest form of solar power. Many space agencies, including NASA and JAXA, are exploring this direction, with SLIM's solar technology already providing valuable data for further development. However, critics raise concerns about the safety and cost-effectiveness of such technology. Some argue that the energy from space-based solar collectors may not be entirely safe, while others highlight the high projected cost of production at 61 cents per kilowatt-hour, significantly higher than terrestrial solar plants' energy output of 2 to 5 cents per kilowatt-hour. Despite these reservations, recent interests in space exploration have sparked a new wave of enthusiasm akin to a modern space race. JAXA's successful SLIM landing is a significant milestone, ensuring a smooth transition for future space explorations. While SLIM's activities on the Moon were initially expected to last only a few days, preparations for recovery continue to gather further technical and scientific data. Once SLIM recovers its power from solar energy, it will conduct high-resolution spectroscopic observations, contributing to our understanding of the lunar environment. In conclusion, JAXA's breakthrough with a SLIM mission marks another victory for the space exploration community, setting the stage for future discoveries and advancements. As we eagerly await SLIM's recovery and the data it will provide, the pursuit of space-based solar energy and lunar exploration promises to reshape the future of energy production and space exploration.
Mailaklak Gluco Pro. High fiber to keep blood sugar and cholesterol in check.
The year is 1976. An Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet engages an unidentified flying object. The UFO is projecting multicolored strobe lights when suddenly it releases an object that shoots toward the Iranian pilots. The pilot gets a lock on the object, but before it can be destroyed, the plane's weapons and communication systems go down. The pilot takes immediate evasive actions. Fast forward to the 2000s, Iranian F-14 Tomcats engage another UFO. This time there are casualties. The UFO evades the fighter jets and flies out of the atmosphere at Mach 10. It would seem that Iran and UFOs have an interesting history together. When you hear stories of unidentified flying objects, you may imagine a flying saucer or little green aliens. Not only that, but the person who's giving the account seems to always be someone who's not quite all there. They tend to have their crazy hair and wild eyes, but the UFO accounts from Iran are detailed and provided by respected military personnel. The information comes from the eyewitness accounts and classified documents that have been leaked to the public. The first contact between a UFO and the Iranian military occurred in 1976 above the city of Tehran. It was a cool desert night. There were no clouds in the sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like an oasis in a black desert. The sound of shopkeepers closing up their stalls for the night filled the air. Then, suddenly, the skies over Tehran lit up. It was just after midnight on September 19th. Tehran residents began telephoning the local airport, frantically relaying the same message. They were seeing bright lights in the sky. The lights seemed to hover in place and then move rapidly to a different location. It was as if the lights were looking for something or someone. The military and airport personnel checked the radar, but nothing showed up. General Yousefi, the man in charge of the airfield, stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he saw the bright lights for himself. He witnessed the lights jetting across the sky. They looked like shooting stars being controlled by some unseen entity. He scrambled back into the airport and found his best pilots to investigate further. General Yousefi ordered Lieutenant Yadi Nazari and a backseat weapons officer to take off and have a look at the object in the sky. It was time to get up close and personal. The F-4 Phantom fighter plane took off at 1:30 a.m. and leveled off at the altitude of the unidentified object. Upon approach, the F-4 lost all navigational instruments and communications. The dials and screens in the aircraft went haywire. Nazari was flying only using his instincts and what he could see. He kept his eyes on the UFO and his aircraft pointed at the horizon. Nazari made the decision it was too dangerous to continue this way and was forced to turn around and return to base. As soon as the plane began moving away from the UFO, the instruments came back online. It was as if the UFO had some sort of electronics jammer. A second F-4 Phantom was launched at 1:40 a.m., piloted by Lieutenant Parvez Jafari. He approached the UFO and acquired a radar lock. This meant that there was definitely something tangible in the sky. The UFO was a solid mass that reflected the radar and therefore couldn't have been ball lightning or any form of pure energy. Upon getting closer to the UFO, Jafari reported that its lights were alternating in color from blue, green, red, and orange. They were strobing so quickly that they almost appeared to be solid. The UFO began to move south and Jafari pursued the vessel. All of a sudden, the UFO stopped in mid-air. It just sat there unmoving, as if the law of gravity was a force that it could choose to obey or not. Jafari veered around and stopped the aircraft so he wouldn't collide with it. He turned his jet back around and headed back toward the unidentified vessel at a slower speed. On the return approach by Jafari, something even stranger happened. The UFO dropped a bright object out from its main hull. Jafari reported that the object was headed straight for him and his F-4 Phantom, and it looked like a torpedo made of light. He attempted to lock onto the incoming projectile with his AIM-9 Sidewinder infrared guided missiles, but just after getting a lock, he lost all communications with his weapons console. Jafari was forced to take evasive actions and turn away from the projectile. He jammed the flight stick to the side. The F-4 did a barrel roll and avoided the incoming object. Jafari leveled off again, and when he turned back to look for the object shot at him, Jafari said he saw the device reverse course and rejoin the main UFO. It then seemed to dock with the mothership. Jafari then witnessed another bright object coming out of the main UFO and descending straight down toward the ground. It left a bright trail of light as it descended. The ambient light lit up an area of around 3 kilometers. Then, as if it were done with its business it came to Iran to conduct, the UFO accelerated and shot out of the atmosphere. Jafari watched as the strobing lights faded into the night sky. As the F-4 Phantom prepared to land, it experienced more communication and navigational failures. Upon further investigation, a commercial airliner in the area also reported communication failures at the same time as Jafari, but the airliner did not see the UFO. Ground troops were sent to recover the fallen object, but as they approached the area, their equipment started to malfunction. No trace of whatever the UFO shot toward the ground was ever found. As far as we know. Approximately 3 decades went by without any reports from Iran about UFOs in their airspace. Then, in 2004, strange aircraft were once again encountered by the Iranian Air Force. At this time, Iran was still using a few F-14 Tomcats that they'd purchased from America before the revolution. The Iranian military used the Tomcats to protect their nuclear facilities. Considered one of the most successful fighter jets ever built, its speed, maneuverability, and weapon capabilities make it an aircraft to be feared and respected. The encounter in 2004 went something like this. An alarm was raised when the unidentified flying object was picked up on radar. The UFO entered the airspace above one of Iran's nuclear facilities. Fighter pilots ran to their jets. Mechanics shouted at one another as they prepared planes for takeoff. The pilots were secured in the cockpits by the support crew, and the hatch was sealed. The only contact with the outside world was through their helmet. Pure oxygen was being pumped into the face mask to keep them alert. Over their comms, head military personnel were barking orders. An attack on our nuclear facilities could be incoming. We need planes in the air now, the commander shouted. The Iranian pilots flickered the afterburner switch on the engine controls. The F-14 Tomcats accelerated off the runway and into the black sky as flames shot out of the back of their jet engines. As they reached Mach 2, the sonic booms could be heard throughout the desert below. The Iranian military launched 8 F-14s, 8 F-4 Phantoms, and 2 large reconnaissance aircraft to intercept the UFO. The task force encountered objects that they'd claimed had astonishing flight characteristics. One of the F-14 Tomcats tried to lock on to the brightly shining objects, only to have his radar disrupted. The pilot who was tracking the object described it as being spherical and having a green afterburn. It was recorded that whatever engines were producing the green aura were leaving considerable amounts of turbulence behind them. It was like flying through a lightning storm. The plane shook and convulsed uncontrollably. The task force swung out of the turbulent wake of the UFO and tried to flank it from the sides. Before they could get into position, the spherical object shot off like a comet, leaving a tail of green light behind as it exited the atmosphere. The eerie glow was ingrained into the minds of the pilots who were in the task force that day. The Iranian Air Force remained on high alert for any further UFO activity after the 2004 event. Then, in 2012, another strange phenomena occurred. A UFO was spotted in Iranian airspace. It did not show up on radar at first, but then all of a sudden a blip appeared. It was like the ship was cloaked and had just appeared out of thin air. The military scrambled to the F-14s and pursued the vessel, but then tragedy struck. As one of the F-14s took off, it exploded in midair. The aircraft was consumed in a fireball. The smoldering metal fell from the sky and landed in the sands below. Some accounts claimed that the UFO attacked the F-14 right after it took off, perhaps using laser beams or a highly advanced weapon that ignited the fuel in the plane's tanks. Both of the crewmen in the plane were killed instantly. Reports by the Iranian government seem to suggest that the UFO had something to do with the mishap, but it's unclear the role the unidentified aircraft played in the catastrophe. Other F-14s flew after the unidentified object. Every time they tried to get a lock on the UFO, their armament systems would malfunction. The dull green light of their screens would appear to be working perfectly one moment, and as soon as a lock was achieved, everything went black. The pilots would try rebooting the systems mid-flight, but nothing seemed to work. The UFO quickly outpaced the F-14 Tomcats as it reached Mach 10, a speed faster than any aircraft currently produced can fly. It was almost like the UFO was toying with the F-14s. With the afterburners, the Tomcats pursued their enemy at a top speed of just over Mach 2. This is 1,534 miles per hour. The encounter ended similarly to the one in 2004. The UFO shot out of the atmosphere with a glowing tail of exhaust behind it. Each of the unexplained encounters recorded incredible capabilities of the UFOs. In all three cases, radar was jammed and weapon systems malfunctioned when the UFO was present. It seems that once the UFO left the general area, the instruments started to work properly again. You have to wonder what whoever was controlling the UFO was after. Their radar jamming capabilities seem highly sophisticated, yet they still allowed the Iranian military to know that they were there. Was it an accident all three times? Or was the UFO testing Iran's Air Force capabilities? Another common factor between the encounters was that the UFOs all left the atmosphere after encountering the Iranian aircraft. They seemed to launch away at Mach 10, which is 10 times the speed of sound, or 7,612 miles per hour. The closest any known human aircraft has gotten to that speed was Mach 9.68. This was achieved by a NASA experimental hypersonic aircraft called the X-43. And why did they shoot out the atmosphere instead of just leaving Iranian airspace? Was there some other vessel waiting for them in orbit around the Earth? Was there a large mothership waiting to launch to light speed once the reconnaissance ships returned? All of the accounts also mention the UFO hovering, which means that they could remain in the air with a velocity of 0. The massive acceleration it would take to go from 0 to Mach 10 in seconds is not possible with our current technology. All of the UFOs were also described as luminous objects. They emitted some kind of light, whether it was the strobes from '76 or the green afterburn glow of the 2000s. Could the lights be some sort of undiscovered propulsion from an advanced alien race? Or is there a country on Earth that's discovered an advanced propulsion system that the public is unaware of? There are several theories as to what the UFOs might have been. Iran has claimed that they were secret United States spy planes. They've also suggested that the aircraft were state-of-the-art drones that the US military was using to spy on Iran. However, the United States does not have the technology or capability for achieving Mach 10. It also seems unlikely that a spy aircraft would emit bright lights that would give its position away. Could the UFOs that Iran encountered be extraterrestrial? Is there any evidence to support that aliens have a special interest in Iranian nuclear sites? At this point in time, all we know is that on 3 separate occasions, skilled Iranian Air Force pilots encountered unidentified flying objects with advanced technological capabilities. There seems to be no definitive explanation for the UFOs encountered by Iranian military personnel. Whether the United States has advanced secret technology or Iran has encountered extraterrestrial UFOs, the 3 events still remain a mystery to this day. We have confirmed that a number of these unidentified objects are indeed solid. So said the leader of the Pentagon's newest investigation into UFOs, which you probably know as UAPs today. The long culture of ridicule is officially over. UFOs are real, they are here, and nobody has a clue who's building them. But while UFOs were part of American culture for nearly a century now, the world would be shocked at the disturbing similarities between events happening in the US and a world away behind the impenetrable Iron Curtain. The secrecy is over, and what has come from declassified sources both within the former Soviet government and the CIA itself is nothing short of terrifying. Soviet sightings of UFOs run as long as sightings in America, but most Soviet citizens had no clue what was going on in their own backyards. Thanks to a strict culture of secrecy and censorship, it wasn't until Glasnost started to open Soviet society up that the lid on the Soviet UFO secret finally came unscrewed. Some news outlets purposefully dramatized relatively ordinary events as they exercised newly found freedoms and pushed just to see how far they could take things. However, there were plenty of very real UFO-related events happening, and some were high-profile enough to catch the attention of CIA spies behind the Iron Curtain. On January 29, 1986, at 7:55 p.m., a quote, amazing event occurred on Hill 611 near the village of Dalnegorsk in Primorsky Krai. This small mining town is of no note, but that night it would become the most important place in the entire Soviet Union. That evening, multiple villagers observed a reddish sphere flying into the town from the southeast. The object flew while making no noise and appeared to be a nearly perfect sphere of rust red. It got close enough for people to observe that the outer skin of this strange craft was without blemish and had no obvious control surfaces nor means of propulsion. For a while, the object hovered up and down over the village, moving at a relatively slow pace. As it ascended, it would glow brighter before dimming as it descended. Suddenly, the object appeared to be in distress. All witnesses interviewed later by Soviet authorities recalled just how the object jerked or jumped suddenly, then fell like a rock straight down onto Hill 611. Witnesses heard a dull thump as it impacted and then began to burn intensely for an hour. Valery Voshilny, head of the Far Eastern Committee for Anomalous Phenomena, arrived at the site 2 days after the crash. He noticed that despite everything being covered in deep snow, the site of the crash was completely devoid of it, allowing him to observe splintered silica rocks, which could only have occurred from extreme temperatures. The rocks were also smoky looking, as if they'd been exposed to intense heat. However, Voshilny also found physical evidence of the craft. All over the site, embedded in the rocks themselves, he discovered silvery pieces of metal. Some were fragments, but a large amount had formed into droplets, almost as if they'd been sprayed over the area. This detail would become significant after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when Western UFOologists would compare notes with their Eastern counterparts. American witnesses had very often reported seeing flying orbs, which seemed to spray metal while showing signs of some kind of distress. At the edge of the crash site was a tree stump that had been severely burned and emitted a strange chemical smell. The physical remains were examined at the Omsk branch of the Academy of Sciences, who made a shocking discovery. Some of the fragments had formed into what appeared to be small nets, and when these were put under examination, it was discovered that they were made up of torn and very thin threads, 17 micrometers in width. Each thread consisted of even thinner fibers tied up in plates, and intertwined with the fibers were thin, solid gold wires. The technology to replicate this type of delicate nano construction wouldn't appear on the Earth for decades, at least not in human hands anyway. The fragments, which had formed into iron balls, were also put under a battery of tests. Each ball consisted of iron with various levels of aluminum, manganese, nickel, chromium, tungsten, and cobalt. This seemed to rule out a natural creation and the object just being a very peculiar meteorite. Rather, it mostly confirmed that the object was built from heterogeneous alloys. When the balls were melted in a vacuum chamber, they reacted in various ways. On one base, they would melt and spread out as expected, but on another, they formed into smaller balls with convex glass-like structures. But melting the remains revealed yet another mystery. Gold, silver, and nickel would disappear from the balls and be replaced with molybdenum, despite not being present in the sanitized test chamber before testing commenced. The metallic remains would confuse Soviet scientists, as they only produced more questions than answers. About the only thing they were able to identify was ashes discovered on the site belonging to a biological being. Perhaps the ashes belonged to an unfortunate animal caught under the crash, or perhaps they belonged to the operator of the mysterious UFO. Sadly, the intense heat made any attempt at identification impossible. Unable to tease out details from the remains, the investigation turned to the object itself before it crashed. The trajectory as reported by eyewitnesses happens to coincide with the flight path taken by rockets launched by China's Xishan Cosmodrome. However, investigators weren't able to verify if any launches had taken place in January from the complex, and the Chinese were not forthcoming with any answers, likely looking to keep their space program as secret as possible. However, the investigation revealed something very startling. Soviet citizens had not been the first to spot this mysterious object. The Chinese had already observed it over their own territory. Just days prior to the crash, witnesses close to the Xishan Cosmodrome reported a similar red sphere on January 25th. According to witnesses, the object appeared to simply hover, almost as if observing the Cosmodrome directly. After half an hour, it disappeared. The Chinese sighting wasn't the only clue that this object had traveled great distances, though. There was physical evidence, too. Examination of the soil at the crash site revealed small pieces of light gray-colored soil, but only in the area where the object was presumed to have made direct contact before exploding and mostly disintegrating. Put under spectroscopic analysis, the light gray soil was matched with soil from another area in Russia thousands of miles away. The soil matched tufts from the area of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, containing characteristic elements found there and not in the Dalnogorsk area. Whatever had crashed there, it was obvious somebody came looking for it, though. 8 days after the crash on Hill 611 at 8:30 p.m. on February 8, 1986, eyewitnesses once more reported strange objects in the sky. This time, 2 yellowish spheres flew into the town from the north. The spheres seemed to be looking for something and made their way directly to the crash site. Once there, they circled the crash site 4 times, then turned to the north and flew back the way they came. Was it a search and rescue effort by whatever had sent the original sphere there, or simply something wanting to make sure no identifiable remains had been left behind? To this day, nobody knows, but reports of flying spheres exactly mirror similar reports from all the way across the ocean in the United States. And the following year, whoever had visited the sleeping mining town returned in force. November 28, 1987, 11:24 p.m. Reports of flying spheres flood a local military base. Terrified villagers report seeing as many as 32 flying objects, which spread out over 12 different nearby villages. Alarmed Soviet military personnel quickly make their way to the nearest villages and observe the strange flying lights for themselves. Before the night was over, hundreds of civilians and military personnel would bear witness to one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. The objects appeared specifically interested in Dalnegorsk, and 13 of them broke away and flew directly to the mining village. Once there, 3 of them hovered stationary over the village, while 5 seemed to illuminate the nearby mountain and crash site. They appeared to move with no discernible propulsion and made no noise, hovering at varying altitudes between 150 and 800 meters. As the lights flew over homes, people reported disturbances of their electrical equipment. Ministry of Internal Affairs officers would later testify that they observed multiple objects at 11:30 p.m. One object flew toward them from the direction of the Gorley settlement, leaving a, quote, fiery flame behind it. At the head of the flame was an opaque sphere, and within that sphere was another smaller red sphere. At a local quarry, eyewitnesses observed a large cylindrical object the size of a 5-story building flying directly toward them. The object was around 200 or 300 meters, with the front lit up like burning metal. Terrified that the object was going to crash into them, many of them fled for shelter. The quarry manager observed the object moving at an altitude of about 300 meters. Large and cigar-shaped, the description would also precisely fit that given by American and Western European witnesses of very similar objects. The object appeared to fly without the aid of wings and no discernible propulsion, making no noise as it flew over the quarry. Nearby, a kindergarten teacher observed a dark metallic-looking elongated object she estimated at 10 to 12 meters long. The object appeared to be in front of a bright, blinding sphere of light that hovered noiselessly at the height of a 9-story building. The object hovered over a school and shot a half-meter wide violet-bluish ray down at the ground in front of the school. The teacher remarked that the objects caught in the ray did not create shadows as would be expected if they were being illuminated from above. The object then departed the school and moved to a nearby mountain. According to her, the object appeared to be searching for something, emitting a reddish projector-like light onto the mountain. Finally, the object simply departed by flying over the mountain and out of sight. The crash and subsequent UFO invasion of Dalnegorsk would remain secret for years, but once it made its way into the West, the similarities between this event and multiple similar events in the U.S. would convince researchers that Americans and Soviets were both observing the same mysterious phenomenon. Cigar-shaped objects and mysterious balls of light are a commonly reported type of UFO in the U.S. for decades, and multiple eyewitnesses have reported what they thought were malfunctioning air or spacecraft of some kind which bobbed up and down, as reported by the Dalnegorsk witnesses, while emitting a shower of what appeared to be molten metal. Curiously, some of the craft described by the Dalnegorsk witnesses bear a strong resemblance to the infamous U.S. Navy Tic Tac video, filmed by fighter pilots intercepting an unidentified aircraft over the Pacific Ocean. But this isn't the only parallels between Soviet and American UFO sightings, because while America had Roswell, the Soviets also had their own close encounter with alien beings, and their encounter had more and better witnesses than Roswell. It is not a joke nor a hoax nor a sign of mental instability nor an attempt to drum up local tourism by drawing the curious, so said the Soviet state press agency TASS, discussing a UFO close encounter in 1989. According to the official report, 2 boys and a girl from a local school were playing in a park on the evening of September 27th. At approximately 6:30, the children observed something pink shining in the sky, followed by a ball of deep red colors they estimated at 9 meters in diameter. A small crowd gathered as the ball seemed to land, and a hatch opened in the lower part of the ball, From within the ball, 3 aliens with 3 eyes each exited, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The aliens seemed to have a robot companion with him, which they activated with a touch. As the crowd watched in awe, the aliens seemed to communicate with each other, ignoring the onlookers, until a young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, one of the aliens locked his 3 eyes on the child and caused him to become temporarily paralyzed. The 3 aliens then re-entered their vehicle, but quickly re-emerged, with one carrying what the crowd thought was a gun of some kind. The alien aimed the tube at a 16-year-old boy who suddenly vanished, only to reappear after the aliens re-entered their craft to depart. The story was met with both ridicule and a serious investigation, as is typical of UFO reports. To this day, accounts vary. A Soviet evening news correspondent dispatched to the town with a film crew failed to find any eyewitnesses to the aliens except for the children. However, they did speak with the local police chief, who confirmed one important detail of the account. He too had seen a large, silently flying craft shortly before the alleged landing took place. Soil analysis discovered high concentration.
Learn to grow your money. Simple na with G-Stocks.
Concentrations of radioactive isotopes in the landing area, but this proved inconclusive, as after the Chernobyl disaster it was not uncommon to discover small pockets of highly concentrated radioactive isotopes. However, what's curious is that if it was a hoax, the children just happened to pick a landing spot with said high concentrations of isotopes, which would require analysis in a lab to even identify. Even more curious, when the children were separated into different rooms by investigators, they all drew nearly the exact same craft from memory. The craft was also said to leave behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, exactly mirroring UFO encounters reported in the United States by the defunct American magazine Saga in 1976. Given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 70s, it is nigh an impossibility the children or police chief would have had access to said magazine. But why were there no other eyewitnesses to the alien beings themselves? One only need to look at the culture of ridicule surrounding UFOs to understand why a bunch of adults in the repressive communist Soviet Union would not want to speak up about such an extraordinarily weird event. As highlighted in the United States' own recent UAP investigation, the culture of ridicule has, quote, hampered our efforts to collect good data, as pilots are self-censoring for the fear of ridicule and it affecting their future careers. The U.S. Air Force and Navy took that recommendation so seriously that they immediately instituted new guidelines for reporting UFOs, ending the infamous century-long culture of ridicule that silenced witnesses even amongst America's most elite military units. Soviet pilots, however, were long reporting UFOs and on occasion even being killed by them. While on a routine flight over the city of Borisov, 2 Soviet fighters spotted a large flying disc near the city. The disc seemed to have 5 beams of light emanating from it. 2 were directed upwards into the sky, and 3 were pointed down to the ground. Ground control instructed the patrol to fly in for a closer look, an act that would doom one of the pilots. On approach, the disc suddenly flew up to match the speed and level with the lead Soviet fighter. Suddenly, it aimed one of its beams directly at the plane, filling the cockpit with blinding light. The co-pilot was at the controls, and the flight logs recorded him reporting a bright ray of light entering the cockpit and projecting a spot about 20 centimeters in diameter. This ray of light swept across the cockpit and directly through the pilot's body. With both pilot and co-pilot reporting extreme heat, the plane broke off and returned to base immediately. Shortly afterwards, the co-pilot's health immediately deteriorated with frequent fainting spells that forced him into retirement. The aircraft commander, however, died within a few months of the incident, with the cause of death listed as cancer. This wouldn't be the only report of a UFO shooting beams of light, though. A declassified CIA report notes an encounter with hundreds of eyewitnesses, including a Major V. Loganov, outside the city of Omsk. In his own official report, the Major states that he and other eyewitnesses spotted a strange object in the sky, which radar could not pick up. The object passed overhead at an altitude of several kilometers, revealing a shining sphere 1.5 times as large as the current full moon. The object was casting 4 very bright beams of light, sometimes parallel to the ground and sometimes at an angle. The UFO hovered over a civilian airport for 5 minutes and even descended a bit. Suddenly, the beams of light disappeared and a whirling plume trail appeared around the shining sphere. With an extraordinary burst of speed, the object took off to the east. Pilots from a nearby second airport reported seeing the object but being unable to pick it up on their radars. immediately relaying the sighting up the chain of command. Within 5 minutes, other military personnel at Alte-Cray reported having the same object under visual observation. Given the time and distance, the object appeared to have traveled 600 kilometers at a speed of about 7,000 kilometers an hour. UFO sightings were so frequent in the Soviet Union that the declassified CIA report also notes a meeting of 100 Soviet scientists from various disciplines, all meeting together to discuss the dramatic uptick in UFO sightings in the 1970s and the 1980s. It's now known that some UFO reports inside the Soviet Union were highly secretive U.S. air and spacecraft. Other sightings were misattributed to everything from secret rocket launches to failed rockets or simply spent rocket stages. However, just like multiple American UFO investigations would reveal, that still left a significant number, about 5% of sightings that simply could not be explained. And most disturbing of all were reports from Soviet nuclear facilities of unidentified craft that perfectly mirror similar reports from the United States in the same time period. In one high-profile encounter, a UFO nearly started World War III. Colonel Boris Solikov spoke with Western UFO investigators after the fall of the Soviet Union, reporting that on the night of October 4, 1982, there was a breach of airspace over a nuclear weapons site in Usovoyen, Ukraine. Solikov, who was working at the Kremlin at the time, described receiving alarmed reports from the facility whose operators had informed him their launch panels all had suddenly activated on their own, something which should have been impossible. For 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it loitered directly overhead. While it hovered, the control panels which could launch the nuclear weapons stored there suddenly came to life, something which could have only happened with the input of the proper launch codes. The incident sparked a 10-year investigation by the Soviets into the UFO phenomenon, which they kept under wraps until the end of the Cold War. This event closely mirrors a similar incident at a U.S. nuclear facility in Minot Air Force Base, when security personnel observed a UFO which hovered over the silos holding America's nuclear-tipped Minuteman missiles. According to witnesses, the missiles briefly became active and went into launch state, despite having received no such authorization or command from their control centers. Perhaps unsurprisingly, UFO reports around Soviet nuclear facilities remain very difficult to verify, but the Soviet Union had a plethora of otherworldly sightings which only grew in number as the Cold War dragged on. At 4:05 a.m. on September 20th, 1977, a group of dock workers in Petrozavodsk witnessed a blinding light on the horizon from the direction of Lake Onega. The light approached the slumbering city before shifting into the shape of a glimmering jellyfish, whom, according to eyewitnesses, began to hover over the city and shoot thin beams of light down into the city. The dock workers were terrified, concerned that their nation was under attack. This being the height of the Cold War, paranoia over a nuclear conflict between the Soviet Union and the U.S. was running high. After 12 minutes of shooting beams of light down into the city, the UFO transformed once more into a bright semicircle and shot back off in the direction it came. Suddenly, it veered upwards and punched through the clouds, leaving a burning red hole where it passed that quickly dissipated. Later that morning, more witnesses would come forward, and the list would grow from the initial dock workers to police officers, sailors, and an ambulance crew, and a reporter for the state news agency. Under pressure to prevent an all-out alarm, the reporter would post a story 3 days later calling the phenomenon strange and natural. The object left no physical evidence behind, save for a photograph allegedly taken of the object by one of the witnesses. However, given the veil of secrecy in the Soviet Union at the time, the photograph has been impossible to verify. However, neighboring local governments became so alarmed by the incident that they demanded an answer from the Kremlin leadership. When they were unable to provide a satisfactory response, the event was taken to the Academy of Sciences, where the Soviet Union's most prolific scientific minds worked. They couldn't come up with an explanation for the sighting, but after doing some research concluded that the UFO phenomenon was very real and required more dedicated investigation. The Academy's secret investigation started a year later and ran all the way until the collapse of the Soviet Union. Unofficially known as the Network, this government-backed investigation ran for 13 years and had one goal: scientifically understand the UFO phenomenon. The network enjoyed the support of 20 different organizations staffed by specialists in physics, chemistry, optics, and spectroscopy. The initial investigation was kept top secret for two reasons. Either it would verify the existence of extraterrestrial life, or the findings could have some form of defense value. The network also had to coordinate its investigation with the Defense Ministry. a task which created some conflict. Where scientists working for the network found a mystery needing scientific investigation, the Defense Ministry simply saw a threat or potential enemy. Thus, the two sides had vastly differing approaches to their UFO investigations. Even so, the two sides worked together to gather UFO data. The network gathered reports from scientific institutes and Soviet citizens, while the defense
New Lucky Me special chicken na chicken kasalo pa. Bigger! Tastier!
Defense Ministry gathered them from within the Soviet military, perhaps spurred on by repeated violations of their air and space by very advanced American aircraft, first the U-2 and then the Blackbird spy aircraft. Soviet soldiers were under strict orders to report all mysterious phenomenon, especially if it interfered with their equipment. This was stark in contrast to the US, where a culture of ridicule had sprung up in both the military and civilian sectors, despite multiple ongoing secret investigations by the Department of Defense. The network would go on to investigate 3,000 UFO reports, debunking all but 300 of them, which they had no explanation for. The results would mirror both the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book effort and the latest investigation into UAPs by the Department of Defense, but this debunking work was critical for the understanding of what was a real UFO and what wasn't, even when the Soviet Union's secrecy made such work difficult. The Petrozavoitsk event, for instance, would be solved by an American engineer working for NASA who put together the pieces missed by the Soviets. Using NASA's satellite tracking center, he discovered that the Soviets had launched an object from their top-secret cosmodrome in nearby Plesetsk at 3:58 a.m. just minutes before the sighting. However, that doesn't explain the motion witnessed and attested to by many observers. Rockets can only go up, even if they do so at a very diagonal angle. They certainly can't hover, and they can't lose or gain altitude at will. Could the UFO then been a response to the top-secret launch minutes before, or was it a case of bad eyewitnesses being very mistaken about what they saw? We may never know the truth, but what we can be sure of is that something was recreating the same exact UFO phenomenon over the Soviet Union that was taking place over American skies. After half a year of anticipation and a slew of very high-profile incidents involving military ships and aircraft, the Pentagon has finally released a congressionally mandated report on unidentified flying objects, and what's inside the report has sent shockwaves around the world. Keep watching as we unpack the entire recently released UFO report page by page. Shortly after World War II, UFO sightings began to explode across the world. World War II pilots themselves had reported UFOs as well, nicknaming them Foo Fighters. But UFOs went mainstream after several high-profile incidents in the late 1940s and 50s. The first was Kenneth Arnold's UFO sighting, where he spotted multiple flying discs in formation, moving several hundred miles an hour faster than his aircraft was capable of. Then, there was the alleged Roswell crash, which, while has been thoroughly debunked by now, still served to spark the public's imagination. Then came the UFO invasion of Washington, D.C., with multiple bright objects spotted hovering over the nation's capital. The U.S. military was immediately tasked with getting to the bottom of the UFO phenomenon, leading to the creation of several investigative bodies that culminated with Project Blue Book, an official and all-encompassing investigation into the UFO phenomenon. Project Blue Book was canceled in 1969 after analyzing over 12,000 UFO reports. Its final conclusion was stark. No UFO the project investigated ever posed a threat to national security. No UFO investigated ever exhibited technology beyond the scope of what was at the time modern scientific knowledge, and there was no evidence that any sighting that remained unidentified was in fact extraterrestrial in origin. Yet Project Blue Book did generate just over 700 incidents that the investigative body could not explain. Some of those incidents were truly hair-raising and included numerous highly credible witnesses, such as the encounter of a UFO over a CIA-funded uranium mine in Africa, reported by a former World War II fighter pilot who was deemed extremely competent by the CIA agents sent to debrief him, or the numerous reports of hovering UFOs over American nuclear weapons storage depots and missile fields, with positive contact on local radar and multiple on-the-ground eyewitnesses amongst the security and maintenance personnel. Perhaps even more chillingly, shortly after the Cold War ended and the Iron Curtain around Eastern Europe fell, came the discovery that extremely similar incidents had been occurring in Soviet missile fields and nuclear facilities as well. Officially, the government stopped investigating UFOs, Unofficially, small internal investigations took place throughout the years as the UFO phenomenon continued to be reported by both civilians and military personnel, though those investigations were more concerned with discovering advanced Russian or Chinese technology and not aliens. Then, in the early 2010s, Nevada Senator Harry Reid secured funding for an unidentified aerial phenomenon program tasked with investigating UFO reports. This would lead to the leaking of several pieces of very high-profile video as U.S. fighter jets encountered strange flying objects off the east and west coasts. Then came a shocking discovery earlier this year. While it was believed that the UAP program had been terminated, the U.S. military had recently restarted an unacknowledged investigation into phenomenon. Early in 2021, the U.S. Congress mandated that the Pentagon had 6 months to prepare a report on its findings on the UAP phenomenon, and that it should be as unclassified as possible so it would be readily available to the American people. A separate classified copy of the report does exist, but that's only because this copy of the report deals with the technical details of America's most advanced weapon and sensor systems. So, what does the Pentagon's UFO report say? First, this is only a preliminary report, as the Department of Defense Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force continues to operate and investigate the UAP phenomenon. The report begins with an acknowledgement as such, and states that the Pentagon's future goals is to enhance training of U.S. military personnel so that they can better report encounters with UAPs and thus help American intelligence services assess a potential threat. This likely means that after decades of discouraging soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines from reporting strange things in the sky, a much more open culture of sharing UAP incidents will be created to facilitate the job of the UAP task force. Interestingly, the report also acknowledges that there will be a concerted effort to develop new technologies for the documenting of UAPs. Before moving on, the report states that overwhelmingly sensors which have captured UAP analyzed by the task force were assumed to be operating correctly, though there is an acknowledgement that some UAP incidents could be attributed to malfunctioning sensors. Next, in the executive summary, the report makes very clear declarations that the UAP task force simply lacked enough high-quality reporting to draw a firm conclusion on the nature or intent of UAPs. Due to a culture that discouraged service members from reporting UAPs, as well as a lack of high-tech sensor assets, the task force had to limit their investigation to reports between 2004 and 2021, and acknowledges that a new system of reporting UAP needs to be established to better assist investigators in their task of discovering the nature and intent of UAPs. Shockingly, though, the report then makes the following conclusion. Most of the UAP reported probably do represent physical objects, given that a majority of UAP were registered across multiple sensors, to include radar, infrared, electro-optical, weapon seekers, and visual observation. What this means is that a significant portion of UAPs investigated by the task force were deemed to be real physical objects, verified by their observation across several different mediums of detection simultaneously. So much for glowing swamp gas. The report moves on to acknowledge what UFO eyewitnesses have been stating for years, that in a small number of incidents investigated, the UAP exhibited very unusual flight characteristics. One recent U.S. Navy encounter, for instance, documented on radar, showed several UAPs plummeting from 50,000 feet to sea level in seconds before shooting back up to even greater heights. According to the UAP task force, UAPs could likely be resolved to one of 5 categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomenon, U.S. government and U.S. industry developmental programs, foreign adversary systems, and the catch-all, other. The task force is of course mostly interested in the final 2 categories, foreign adversary systems and other, as both could pose a significant threat to the United States of America. The report goes on to state that UAPs without a doubt pose a safety risk to both military and civilian flight, and a challenge to U.S. national security. If UAPs are alien in origin, then that would be an obvious threat to not just the US but global security. However, the task force is most concerned with the possibility that UAPs are evidence that a potential adversary has developed a breakthrough or disruptive technology which the United States does not understand and cannot counter. Given how the US has used both breakthrough and disruptive technologies in war to devastating effect against its adversaries, the fear of such a technology being employed against the US is understandably great. The report moves past the executive summary and into the details of the 6-month investigation. Right off the bat, the UAP task force tackles the greatest challenge that it faced in completing its investigation, namely, that reports were hardly ever formally filed by UAP witnesses. This is due to a variety of reasons, such as the lack of a formal reporting procedure for UAP phenomena, which changed with the Navy adopting said procedures in 2019 and the Air Force in 2020. In the future, the UAP Task Force is hopeful that improved reporting procedures will lead to better quality reports. However, the task force's greatest difficulty in collecting good data was something that UFO eyewitnesses have known for decades. Eyewitnesses of unidentified aerial phenomenon hardly, if ever, spoke up about their experience for fear of ridicule or ostracization. The task force's report, though, states that as senior military, government, and scientific leadership begins to engage in the topic publicly, the stigma of reporting strange encounters should lessen, leading to better data collected. Another difficulty the task force encountered was that despite having very sophisticated sensors, sensor systems in the US military are typically designed to fulfill a very specific role, and that often means they're not very useful for identifying UAPs. This is likely why the report began with the acknowledgement that new technologies needed to be developed for the specific purpose of investigating UAPs. The report moves on to state that the reports investigated had too little data to allow for detailed trend or pattern analysis. However, there was a noticeable consistency in the size, shape, and propulsion of UAPs. This is a stunning conclusion, as if UAPs were merely the figments of one's imagination or random natural phenomenon, there would not be a strong consistency in the way UAPs look, how big they are, and how fast they move. The report goes on to state that UAP sightings also tend to be cluttered around US military training and testing grounds. This goes hand in hand with a theory long held that whatever they are, UAPs are very interested in the state of our military technology, or it could be an indicator that these are very much foreign adversary systems being used to spy on US forces. However, the task force acknowledges that this cluttering of UAP sightings around US military training and testing grounds could simply be due to collection bias, as those areas have a high concentration of sophisticated sensors and an expectation and guidance by personnel involved to report any anomaly. Now, the report drops another bombshell. Out of the hundreds of incidents investigated thus far, the task force identified 18 incidents where UAPs were witnessed performing aerial maneuvers that would signify advanced technology was in use. These UAPs were recorded hovering in place, moving against the wind, performing extremely abrupt changes in speed or direction, and displaying extremely high velocities without any known means of propulsion. In a small number of these incidents, U.S. aircraft also detected radio frequency energy emanating from the objects. Some of the UAPs observed also displayed some degree of signature management or purposeful manipulation of their own electromagnetic emissions. In modern militaries, signature management is a critical era of warfighting, with friendly forces doing their best to screen their electromagnetic signatures from adversaries while making them identifiable to allies. This would imply that UAPs are employing the same form of electromagnetic security measures that modern earthbound militaries do. The task force states that more rigorous examination of the collected data by experts is necessary to ascertain if this is in fact what UAPs have been recorded doing or not, and ends this section by stating that the UAPTF will continue further analysis to determine if these incidents are proof of breakthrough technologies. From here, the report once more states that more data is required to determine the identity of UAP incidents investigated, with special attention needed on those incidents where UAPs are shown to display flight characteristics which would be indicative of breakthrough technologies or signature management, which would be indicative of intelligent control over an artificial object. In their investigation, the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force was not able to attribute any of these incidents investigated to classified U.S. weapons programs. The report moves on to declare that UAPs pose a definitive threat to flight operations and could be a potential national security risk. In 11 instances, pilots reported near misses with UAPs. Touching on the potential for UAPs posing a national security threat, the report states that the task force has initiated an effort to identify any potential technological breakthroughs by potential adversaries, namely China and Russia. This likely means that significant U.S. intelligence resources are also being redirected to the effort, as now the intelligence community joins the hunt to explain UAPs. Given the proximity of UAP to U.S. military facilities and to aircraft carrying the military's most advanced sensor systems, the report seems to indicate that a high priority should be placed on discovering if a potential adversary has in fact developed and fielded a disruptive or breakthrough technology. Because if they have, it's clear the U.S. military is all but powerless to counter it. Finally, the report ends with a call for more resources and better reporting procedures across the American government and military of UAPs. So, does the U.S. military believe that alien UFOs are cruising the skies above our heads? Simply put, no. But the report does acknowledge that a significant number of credible UFO incidents investigated by the UAP Task Force display instances of technology that would be beyond the scope of what's currently possible. The UAPTF's greatest concern, however, remains that it's not aliens but a potential adversary, which is flying close to our most sensitive military installations, and we're all but helpless to stop it. March 4th, 2019. A pair of F-18s are out on a training mission over the Atlantic Ocean, just a few hundred miles off the northeast coast of the United States. The men are on high alert, not just because of their training mission, but because, since at least as far back as 2014, pilots have been reporting strange phenomena over the airspace simply known as W-72, located just off the coasts of southern Virginia and North Carolina. Today, one of the F-18s will not only encounter this phenomenon, but document it. Flying at several thousand feet, the F-18 weapons system officer spots 3 objects he believes are drones. Flying in for a closer look, he's startled to discover that these objects are like nothing he's ever seen before. At 2:44 p.m. Eastern Time, the F-18's Wizzo takes out his smartphone and snaps a photo of a spherical object flying close to his aircraft. At 3:02, the plane runs across a second mysterious object, this time dubbed the Acorn. Then, 12 minutes after contact with the second UFO, the F-18 comes across yet a third object, this time nicknamed the Blimp. The photos are submitted to the newly formed Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force and remain classified until 2 of them are leaked to the public. The photo of the sphere, however, remains classified until it was 2 leaked to the public only recently. Perhaps most shocking of all, though, is that after decades of silence on the UFO matter, the Department of Defense is quick to admit that the photographs are real, though of what exactly, nobody knows. But that's far from the only UFO bombshell the Department of Defense would drop while you were busy worrying about the coronavirus. That same year, 2019, 4 months later, this time it's the Pacific Coast. Destroyers USS Kidd, USS Rafael Peralta, and USS John Finn are out on exercises 100 miles off the LA coast. In order to prevent being snooped on by curious civilians and foreign intelligence services, the destroyers are operating under strict radio silence. Suddenly at 10 p.m., a lookout on the USS Kidd spots what he identifies as 2 drones approaching the ship. 10 minutes later, both the USS Rafael Peralta and the USS John Finn report their own sightings. As the ships continue on their course, the drones seem drawn to the Kidd and even match its speed and bearing. One drone moves in close enough to hover over the helicopter pad briefly, then returns to formation. After 90 minutes, the drones speed off, and despite some of the best sensor technology on the planet packed into 3 ships, none of the ships are able to determine where the drones departed to. The next night, the drones would return. The drones once more follow the warships, and out of desperation, one of the destroyers radios a nearby Carnival cruise liner and asks for visual confirmation of the drones. The cruise liner confirms they too can see 4 or 5 drones following the big destroyers around, and attests that the drones are not being flown by any of their passengers. Not that it was even a remotely realistic possibility anyway, as the drones linger for 3 hours, well past the flight time of any civilian or military drone of similar size. Once more, the drones disappear, unable to be tracked to wherever their destination lay. As if that wasn't enough, on the 25th and 30th of July, more drones fly around the Navy destroyers, and that's only the incidents that a recent Freedom of Information Act request discovered. There could have easily been dozens more incidents. However, at least one of these incidents was documented on camera, and the footage was not just released to the public but confirmed as authentic by the Pentagon. The date? Classified. The location? Classified. Personnel involved? Classified. Phenomenon captured? Classified. All we do know about this latest leaked video is that it was shot on the USS Russell using night vision equipment and submitted to the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Congressional Task Force, where it was subsequently leaked to the public just this year. The video has clearly been edited and is extremely short, but what was leaked to the public includes several glowing orbs over the USS Russell, followed by a pyramid-shaped UFO that seems to flash with lights as it silently glides overhead. What it was remains unknown, and the rest of the footage showing what happened before and after the clip shown also remains classified. What is clear is that American naval ships and aircraft are being very closely observed by someone or something, and leaked photos from the USS Omaha appear to show that these crafts are not like any known aircraft today. The date and location also remains unknown, the government keeping its secrets very close to its chest. In fact, the only details known about the Omaha incident is that a UFO was observed near the ship, and after an unknown amount of time descended into the ocean. The ship immediately started a search for wreckage but found nothing, leading investigators to believe that the craft seen in the footage was a transmedium craft, or a craft capable of operating in the medium of the sky and ocean on the same mission, perhaps even space. but what exactly it was remains completely unknown. What is interesting, however, is that recently patents filed by the US Navy included a patent for exactly such a transmedium craft of their own. Dubbed the UFO patents, the technology included seemed so preposterous to the US Patent Office's science advisors that the patents were initially denied, until the US Navy stepped in and flexed its muscles to insist they be granted. Department of Defense insiders remain silent on UFO phenomenon that's clearly increasing in activity over the last few years. What's clear is that whatever these craft are, they're far outside the realm of civilian aircraft, meaning that these are either high-tech spy drones used to spy on American ships and planes, or they might be, after all, otherworldly. As we move towards a public hearing on the U.S. Senate on the UFO phenomenon from the Department of Defense this summer, all we can do is speculate. Disclaimer: all of the stories featured in this episode of the Infographics Show come from actual military service members or other government officials, many of them vetted by independent researchers and local or national media outlets. It was late on a chilly February morning, 2007. At approximately 0230 hours, a security patrol stationed inside the nuclear weapons storage area of Nellis Air Force Base, otherwise known as Area 2, called into Central Security Control a sighting of what appeared to be vehicle headlights far outside the outer perimeter fence, a mile or two in the distance. This wasn't uncommon, as Area 2 was detached from Nellis Air Force Base, and everything from hikers to off-road enthusiasts would inadvertently stumble upon the little-known facility in the desert. Following standard procedure, the two outer security patrols, Oscars 1 and 2, were dispatched to assume overwatch positions on the reported headlights. Their job, as it often was in these dark desert nights, was to simply observe, and if the civilian vehicle approached too close to the facility perimeter, intercept it and have them turn around. As the two outer security patrols arrived atop the tall bluffs overlooking the reported sighting area, they spotted and confirmed what appeared to be two vehicle headlights approaching down the side of a nearby mountain. Inside of the nuclear weapons storage area, two additional patrols had moved close to the section of the fence the vehicle headlights were approaching, along with the site security supervisor, Security 1. A grand total of 11 Air Force security personnel were watching when suddenly the lights disappeared. Fearing that the oncoming off-road vehicle had turned off its headlights so as not to be tracked, Oscar 1 left its position on the bluffs and moved to an intercept position along the incoming vehicle's estimated avenue of approach. The site's security controller requested the assistance of a main base K9 unit, which had happened to be in the area, and the two patrols linked up, leaving their vehicles behind, moved out to the desert to set up an LPOP, or Listening Post Observation Post. The desert, though, was quiet. Despite the incoming vehicle having been within 2 miles of the fence line, there was no sound of a revving engine across the still dark desert. Scans with both thermal imagers and night vision goggles revealed nothing. And then suddenly, the radio came to life. Patrols on the interior of the nuclear weapons depot began calling in lights on either side of the dismounted Oscar 1 and K9 patrol. From their vantage point atop the tall igloo-style weapon bunkers, they could see a series of lights appear in the 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 3 o'clock of the dismounted patrolmen. Incredibly, though, the 3 men and 1 dog on the ground could see nor hear anything. Then the site security supervisor came on the radio. Oscar 1, be advised, the lights are moving on you. The 3 mysterious lights, seen only by interior patrols, suddenly rushed the dismounted patrolman. The senior patrol leader ordered his partner and the K9 patrolman to lock and load. With lights approaching their position on the desert floor at high speed, he was taking no chances. As far as he was concerned, the mysterious and now aggressive behavior of the lights indicated hostile intent. What happened next depends on which side of the fence line you happen to have been on. For the 3 patrolmen and 1 dog on the outside of the fence line, nothing happened. The 3 men held their breath, M4s at the ready, and nervously scanned the desert with thermals and night vision, but spotted nothing. They even checked with the dog, who was trained to indicate if it sensed danger, and yet nothing. After a few minutes, the patrol leader called back in over the radio to ask for an update on the lights, but received nothing but static. Trying a second and then third radio, the exterior patrols got no reply and slowly walked back to their vehicles to attempt to make contact with the interior patrols again. On the inside of the fence, though, at least 24 security forces patrolmen, including the Master Sergeant Security Supervisor, had seen the lights converge on the location of the dismounted patrol and then simply disappear. Even more incredibly, though, when the exterior patrolmen finally made contact with the interior patrols, they were told they'd been out of contact for 20 minutes. Yet each man involved in the incident on the outside of the fence line swore that only 3 or 4 minutes had passed for them. Where had the other 15 minutes of time, all spent without radio contact, gone? Things would only get weirder, though, before they got any better. This incident would prove to be only the opening act to some of the strangest events ever reported by U.S. military personnel. And we can tell you about it in first person because at the infographic show, we got a chance to sit down with one of the security forces patrolmen involved in these incidents. After the exterior light show incident, things started to get weird. I mean, there had always been weird things out in Area 2. We had everything from ghost stories to weird animal sightings. I'd probably think it was all BS or just tricks the dark plays on you, except a lot of this stuff was seen by numerous people at the same time, or with the help of pretty advanced night vision and thermal imaging devices. What started happening after the lights incident, though, took the cherry in weird and outright dangerous. Within a week of the incident, one of the daytime exterior patrols ran across the corpse of a donkey, which wasn't that weird since there was no civilization around us and animals sometimes wandered out there. What was weird, though, was that this donkey had no head. It was cleanly cut off, and there was some crusted blood around the neck, but there was no blood anywhere around the body on the ground. We ended up shrugging it off, figuring that somebody had butchered the animal, just dumped it in the desert, completely unaware of how close they got to our facility in doing so. But then, just a few days later, another donkey corpse was found, and this one was missing its head and all 4 of its legs. Again, no vehicle tracks, no blood on the ground, just a decapitated legless donkey. The very next day after that, a third donkey was discovered by an exterior patrol, this time at night. This donkey was also missing its head and legs, but it had its stomach cut open with one clean incision, and the entire contents of the body cavity were gone. Once more, there was no blood on the desert floor and no vehicle tracks. We forgot about the donkeys after a while, and even though people kept reporting strange lights, nothing too dramatic happened until about 6 months later. What happened next took the cake. It was almost a full-blown national nuclear security incident. We used to practice assaulting our own storage facilities just in case bad guys got in and tried to steal a nuke or just barricaded themselves so they could set off a nuke in place and irradiate large swaths of Nevada. One of those nights we underwent our usual exercise scenario, involving a response by multiple patrols and an assault into our designated training structure. All in all, somewhere around 17 to 18 people were involved. Most of the patrols were at the assault training structure, but we kept the patrol armed with an M249 machine gun on overwatch just to keep an eye on the desert behind us. Now, Area 2, the nuclear weapons storage depot, was huge, several square miles, so there was lots of empty desert inside the fence perimeter. As we were lining up to assault the training structure, we suddenly got a call over the radio from our overwatch patrol located on a hill about a quarter mile from us. The patrol said, "Hey, you got 2 figures lying prone in the desert behind you." We assumed this was part of the training exercise, so our on-scene commander redeployed a small element to secure our rear as the rest of the response force prepared to assault. However, our flight leader, or security supervisor, immediately came running up to us and told us to lock and load. He then called over the radio and told Central Security Control to terminate the exercise. Then he turned to look at us and said, "I didn't put anyone out in the desert. Whoever's out there is not us." Now, our security supervisor was in charge of running the exercises, and he would task random people with playing the bad guys. So when he told us that he hadn't put anyone out there, our blood ran cold. This was about as high a security area as you can get in the US military, home to dozens of nuclear weapons. Anyone who had somehow penetrated our security was not here to have a friendly chat. We immediately returned our magazines to our weapons and charged them, switching safeties off. Our Overwatch patrol had good eyes on the figures. One of the guys on that patrol was using a sensitive thermal camera, and the other was using night vision. That's the standard procedure for us since it gives you 2 vision modes to ID a target. According to them, the figures seemed to be laying on their bellies, watching us from about 100 meters behind, hiding behind a small berm. The desert out there was pitch black, so we got into a long line and formed a sweeping element. 2 heavy gunners on Humvees watched our backs and got ready to light up anything that turned hostile as we started our sweep in the desert. As we approached, our Overwatch patrol warned us that the figures were crawling into new positions. They were actually reacting to our movements and trying to remain hidden. According to the 2 guys who could see them over night vision and the thermal unit, the figures appeared frantic, as if panicking at having been discovered observing us. Yet they never stood up and stayed low on the ground on their bellies. For us, on the sweeping element, we couldn't see a thing, despite also using our own night vision goggles. However, the desert was thick with brush, so staying unseen would have been pretty easy for anyone laying low. We kept on moving forward, weapons at the ready, as our Overwatch patrol stayed in constant contact with us, letting us know what the figures were doing. Then, as we got within 25 meters, they just vanished. According to the Overwatch patrol, the 2 figures were there one moment and then completely disappeared the next. No flash of light, no sound, nothing, just disappeared. We rushed forward to the last known location and swept the area, finding nothing, although one of our guys had brought his handheld thermal imager and was actually able to pick up traces of warmth on the desert floor. Somebody or something had in fact been laying on that floor, long enough to heat it up, watching us as we practice our assault techniques. That incident might have been bone-chilling to hear about, definitely to have lived through, but it was far from the only incident involving possible UFOs or even aliens and nuclear weapons. Throughout the Cold War, the United States and even the Soviet Union had several extremely high-profile incidents involving nuclear weapons and UFOs, and these incidents have been reported by individuals with extremely high levels of credibility. In 1977, unidentified flying objects not only proved that they could intrude on U.S. airspace unimpeded, but that they might even have full control over our nuclear weapons. As told by United States Air Force Technical Sergeant Thomas E. Johnson, who was a flight security supervisor at the time, one night a security alert team was dispatched in response to strange lights low in the sky. At the time, Johnson was stationed at a North Dakota missile field, home to dozens of Minuteman intercontinental ballistic missiles housed in underground silos, ready to fire on the Soviet Union at a moment's notice. As the team neared the reported area, they spotted lights in the sky ahead of them, varying in color. The lights would zoom from one location to another at impossible speeds, or other times would simply blink out in one location and blink in at another location. The security team leader said that he couldn't tell if they were multiple objects or just one incredibly fast object. Prior to the incident, the security personnel had been briefed by Air Force Office of Special Investigation agents that unknown helicopters had been reported at other Strategic Air Command bases. The Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, is like the Air Force's FBI, and the special briefings indicated that something very peculiar was going on at other U.S. Air Force bases. Yet that night, the object, or objects, didn't move like helicopters and made no sound. What they did do, though, was far more terrifying. Directly under the lights, the missile launch officers responsible for launching the Minutemen in case of war reported that they lost control over some of the 10 missiles they were in charge of. One of the launch officers later said that they couldn't communicate with the missiles, and if they had needed the launch, they would have been unable to. Incredibly, though, this type of incident would be repeated numerous times throughout the Cold War, and sometimes the actual targeting codes programmed into each missile would be altered or completely erased. Each of these occurrences always happened in conjunction with sightings of UFOs. Are UFOs monitoring our nuclear weapon sites? Is it a coincidence that every major nuclear weapon or production facility in the United States has a long history of UFO sightings? For a growing number of people, the UFO interest in our nuclear weapons is very real, and the case was only strengthened when, after the fall of the Soviet Union, former Soviet military and government officials revealed that their nuclear sites had also been host to UFO incidents. Are we being visited by aliens? Check out our video Were These Historic Monuments Actually Secret Alien Invasions? Or perhaps you'd rather watch something a little less out of this world? Then click this video instead. Either way, click one now before the Zeti reticulans eat all of our brains.
While the United States officially denied investigating UAPs until 2017, some nations had always been ahead in their approach to the subject. Leading the world in UAP research is the South American country of Chile. In 1997, the Chilean government officially instructed air traffic control and military personnel to create the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena. The committee studies all reports of UAP activity by commercial, military, and civilian pilots. One of the most well-publicized was a shocking incident that occurred in 2014, when Chilean naval officers flying along the coast of Santiago captured video of a UAP.
There was an incident in 2014 where a military helicopter got video of a strange object. It kind of looked like a rocket with some sort of plume behind it. And they said they were at about 4,500 feet.
They have 9 minutes of fairly clear video that exists on this. The Chilean military studied it for 2 years, and they were not able to identify this at all.
Chile, like many other South American countries, seem to be far more open to the idea that there are objects coming into our airspace.
I think one of the reasons why South American countries are more open-minded about the UFO and the extraterrestrial question is because it is part of their cultural heritage. In fact, Peru and Bolivia, they're treasure troves for the ancient astronaut theory. The whole pre-Inca culture and even the Inca culture spoke of these beings of light that descended from the sky. And so these countries essentially grew up with this intrinsic knowledge of someone up in the sky.
Brazil has had a history of really dramatic UFO encounters. Chile, I think Uruguay, maybe as well. But the whole world didn't pay much attention to it.
In addition to South America, now other parts of the world are also starting to disclose information about UFOs. Governments are openly investigating encounters reported by both civilians and military personnel. But many researchers believe the most noteworthy country to join this international effort is also one of the most skeptical: Japan. In 2018, the Japanese government released an official statement denying the existence of UFOs.
For the longest time in Japan, those in charge, those at the top of the defense departments, have denied UFOs, showed a disinterest in UFOs, basically a complete dismissal of the UFO topic completely.
The Japanese government made a sudden press release that said they would not recognize any UFO encounters or extraterrestrial presence on Earth or in the airspace of Japan. I thought this was very strange, as we had already interviewed 2 pilots who had several incidents and testimonies that they gave us regarding various pilots' encounters in the air and from the ground over the years when they were active in the military.
Mamoru Sato, a former wing commander in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, said that he regularly heard stories from other pilots as well as civilians about UAP sightings.
Some people said, there's something strange up there. There were a lot of opportunities to see inexplicable things, such as UFOs, that were monitoring the sky and training in the sky. And it was my subjective view that we should make a report and organize these things as correct data. But even when this happened, it was only shared among colleagues and not reported publicly.
According to Sato, numerous pilots have reported highly unusual encounters with what they described as cigar-shaped objects. During one such incident, a student in his fighter pilot course even lost control of his craft.
He said, the aircraft started going crazy. The alarm rang to indicate that something was wrong with the machine. I saw a cigar-shaped object flying about 1,500 meters high from east to west. The anomaly continued until it disappeared.
For years, pilots in the Japanese military were instructed to remain silent about such incidents. But in September 2020, Japan's decades-long policy of secrecy and denial came to an end when Defense Minister Taro Kono tasked the Japanese Self-Defense Forces to make a visual recording of any encounter with an unexplained craft. Many believe this very public shift in policy was prompted by a meeting held 1 month earlier between Minister Kono and his U.S. counterpart, Defense Secretary Mark Esper.
The Japanese, after this meeting, gave a press conference, and they said one of the topics that came up was unidentified aerial phenomena, and we talked about the need to cooperate on this.
That's a major development, I think, when you have close allies like the U.S. and Japan openly speaking about the UFO issue and agreeing to cooperate. We've come so far in such a short amount of time.
The fact that Japan denied that there was UFO activity happening in their country, and now they're establishing the Japanese Space Operations Squadron, says to me that there clearly is something going on over the skies of Japan.
Ancient astronaut theorists suggest governments throughout the world are finally beginning to acknowledge that there may be objects in our skies that are not of this Earth. August 1946. Esteemed U.S. naval officer and explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, one of the first pilots to fly over both the North and South Poles, organizes Operation High Jump, the largest expedition ever to travel to Antarctica. With 13 ships, 23 aircraft, and over 4,700 military personnel.
This was very important, that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve, but by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was tempering. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth.
It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around them that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master tells him that they're highly disappointed in what humans are doing with nuclear weapons, and how they've recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
For UFO researchers, this account from Admiral Byrd's diary is particularly significant due to the fact that the modern UFO era began right after World War II and the detonation of the first atomic bombs. It has also been noted that a high number of UFO sightings have been reported in the vicinity of nuclear missile silos.
Admiral Byrd's story is congruent with the stories that we hear from numerous accounts of angelic or extraterrestrial type beings that are very concerned about what humanity is doing with nuclear weapons. Just ask the Air Force officers at the U.S. missile silos, the nuclear missile silos, that have seen their silos and their nuclear arms disarmed by what are perceived to be extraterrestrial beings. They're very concerned that we are ultimately not just going to destroy ourselves, but could harm our planet, which is their world as well.
If Admiral Byrd's secret diary is authentic, does it reveal not only that there are highly advanced beings living inside the Earth, but also that they are monitoring what happens on the surface? According to the diary, after this incredible encounter, Admiral Byrd was eager to share his story, but was ordered to remain silent.
Byrd comes back after this experience. He is taken to a government compound where he is told that he is never to speak of this publicly and that everything he says is classified.
Could Admiral Byrd's story point to a profound connection between the ancient traditions of strange beings living inside the Earth and the modern-day UFO phenomenon? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe we may be fast approaching the time when we will find ourselves face-to-face with the beings of Inner Earth. Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1953. Albert K. Bender, the nation's top UFO investigator, receives a threatening visit that will bring his research to an abrupt and premature halt.
Albert K. Bender founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau. This was during the big UFO flap of 1952, when flying saucers were witnessed over Washington, D.C. and many other areas around the world. And this organization blew up big within that first year. However, just a year later, he suddenly ended the International Flying Saucer Bureau, and people wondered why. And what happened was that he came home one night, went into his bedroom, and suddenly these three dark, shadowy figures materialized through his wall into his bedroom. They were wearing the hats and the overcoats. They had glowing eyes, and they smelled like sulfur.
According to Bender, the three entities communicated with him through telepathy, warning him to discontinue his UFO research and stop publishing his influential magazine, The Space Review. Afterwards, he became ill and didn't eat for 3 days.
After this experience, Bender was repeatedly visited. He said they gave him headaches, they controlled him telepathically, and he ultimately gave up his UFO researches and stopped publishing the Space Review, in which he documented UFO sightings throughout the world.
He told the people that had been subscribers and he was working with, they told me, we come from a very, very far distant place in this universe. And we have been coming and going from your planet for some time, and we cannot allow you or anyone to interfere. And in fact, we have taken many humans from this planet to cover up our operations until we are done.
This is a very influential point in our history, especially in the ufology community, in which shadow entities interfered and thwarted somebody's research and possibly set the field back a number of years.
The visitors Albert Bender encountered matched descriptions of what is today known as the Hat Man, but he called them by another name, the Men in Black. While the Men in Black are often portrayed in pop culture as government agents, many who claim to have encountered them believe they are something other than human.
The Men in Black are mysterious and nefarious entities. They're shadowy, they wear black clothing. Many people believe that they're either extraterrestrials or somehow they're working for extraterrestrials to prevent humans from learning the truth about extraterrestrials on Earth.
They talk to UFO witnesses. Some people have reported they seem to not know things that are common, like which end of a pin to use, or if they're offered something to eat or drink, they don't know how to eat or drink it.
Both the Hat Man and the Men in Black are known for wearing a hat. They both influence people telepathically. They both appear to be sometimes malevolent, and they could in fact be the same type of a being. There's a theory that the Hat Man and the Men in Black are actually the ringleaders of the shadow people, and that in fact they direct the shadow people to influence humans in particular to keep them from investigating UFO experiences.
There's no question that the stories of shadow people, Men in Black, and other visitations are all mixed in together. Are they the same? Possibly. But what I think what is really happening on this planet is mass hysteria of real events that are happening to real people, and they can't understand what's going on. Who knows what's happening?
In Suffolk County, England, there is a remote forest in the village of Rendlesham that has become famous for being the site of one of the most extraordinary UFO encounters ever reported. And some of those who experienced it believe this incident also involved time travel. The event occurred on December 26, 1980. Airman John Burroughs was performing a routine security check at a U.S. Air Force base when he received orders to investigate a possible downed aircraft.
My supervisor called me on the radio and asked me to meet up with him so we could check the east gate. We're driving down the road leading to the east gate to check on it when all of a sudden he saw some strange lights in the forest. So I decided to call it in and let him know something strange was going on. They decided to send one of the security units down, which was Sergeant Pennison. He got down there and he saw the same strange lights that we were seeing.
I could see all these multiple color lights and things like that, and the air felt different. I don't know how to really explain that, but it did feel like there was electricity on our skin and hair and stuff. But that progressively got worse the closer we got to the tree line, and it got more intense.
There seemed to be like an electricity-charged atmosphere. And then also there were points where it seemed like everything was going in slow motion.
As the servicemen approached the strange lights, Sergeant Peniston reportedly saw a large craft just beyond the tree line.
The craft was triangular in shape, measuring about 6 to 7 feet high, black in color. I had come around to the far side of the craft, and that's when I noticed that there was, inscription on the side. It is about 3 feet long, maybe 6 inches high. So I'm expecting to find, I don't know, some kind of prototype stuff, USAF. I'm looking for something very familiar. Instead of something familiar, I see these pictorial type glyphs, and got running my hand over the side of the craft. I don't know how to explain this. It's like someone was holding a picture of them, okay? I could see it in my mind's eye. Zeros, ones. So I recorded those, one after another.
When Peniston touched the craft, he then said that he felt a strange download of information to his mind, and he felt compelled the next day to write down a series of zeros and ones, which we now regard as binary code.
Years later, a computer programmer took this information, ran it through a translation program, and a message emerged. The message read, "Exploration of humanity, continuous for planetary advance, eyes of your eyes, origin year 8100. When one sees origin year 8100, one is forced to speculate, might we be looking not just at extraterrestrials, but time travelers from the future?
After the incident, the U.S. military conducted a brief investigation, but allegedly tried to keep the eyewitnesses away from the press. But for Airman Burroughs and Officer Peniston, the event wasn't easy to leave behind. Both men had lasting physical effects from the encounter and even reported strange dreams.
After the incident, I started having throat and eye problems. At one point, my gums turned white. I also had vision problems, and when I went and saw the doctor, one of his first questions was, had I been ever exposed to radiation? I've definitely had dreams about it, and I still have feelings about what happened and what could happen in the future.
I got out of service in 1993. Then I was out about maybe 3 months, and then I started getting these dreams and nightmares. During the dreams, I could see that these were time travelers 40 to 50,000 years in the future. I see that the purpose to come back was to correct things, was to fix things. Something horrible has happened. Something they have to correct. But it requires time travel. It requires going back into the past. I never had a feeling of it being extraterrestrial. It's always been that they were simply us in the future.
Could it be that the craft reportedly witnessed by James Peniston and John Burroughs came not from a distant star, but from a distant point in time? Central New Mexico, October 19th, 2019. Investigative journalist Linda Moulton Howe has invited ancient astronaut theorist Georgios Tsoukalos to join her on a trip to a spot in the desert just outside Roswell, very near what is known as the skip site. According to eyewitnesses, one of the 3 UFOs seen in the sky in July 1947 first crashed to Earth near this location, then was propelled back into the air, skipping like a stone in a pond before finally coming to rest. Linda was contacted by geologist Frank Kimbler, who wants to show her mysterious metal fragments that he found here and search the area for more.
Linda, this is so exciting. I have not been here in a couple of years, so I'm really looking forward to meeting Frank.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we've got a geologist who's helping, because the geologist looks at land and says if there is debris, there's going to be some kind of a drift with the land. And just from what I know, he has studied some areas meticulously.
Right.
Giorgio and Linda arrive at the skip site and meet Frank Kimbler, a local geologist and professor of earth science.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you. All right.
Frank,
Linda, finally.
Yes, you and I have been chasing these artifacts.
Chasing the
from
metals,
UFOs
looking for
so many
looking
years.
for parts.
Yes.
Professor Kimbler has spent nearly a decade searching areas beneath the purported trajectory of the Roswell craft with infrared technology and metal detectors.
When an object crashes, they're going to scatter a variety of materials around. Knobs, control devices, plastic, wires, whatever. If it's coming apart, it's going to leave those pieces behind. And those are the kinds of pieces that I want to find and have found some of.
Since 2011, Professor Kimbler has uncovered more than a dozen metal fragments that he has subjected to scientific testing and found to be highly unique.
That's what we want to go out there and see where you've been getting this.
Frank.
Yeah.
What's inside the case?
Oh, this is the magic right here. This is some of the material that I have found out here using a metal detector.
Interesting.
This stuff is very interesting. It's all twisted and mangled up. Something that you would expect to happen from a crash is to have metal that's compact and twisted.
When Professor Kimbler laid out his box of his pieces of metal, the first thing that struck me is these were tiny, tiny, tiny fragments. Could they possibly be from wreckage?
These pieces are small, which is things that the government would have missed. They wouldn't have been able to find it.
And here's my magic. Let's get a comparison here.
Oh,
this,
look at that. Look at that.
Look at it. It's like a snowfield. After all these years, all of the pieces, they look absolutely pristine. That's the magnesium zinc side.
This has got layers to it. That's amazing.
But I bet you've never seen anything like this.
No. Being an earth scientist, being a geologist, I've seen lots of all kinds of materials that are out there. I have never, ever seen anything like this. This fragment that Linda is showing me, that stuff is absolutely amazing. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. And what's interesting about it is that it has some layers, some banding on it. And that banding is very similar to some of the banding that I found in photomicrographs of the material that I have from out here.
I think as Giorgio is holding this, he's holding something made by another intelligence from someplace we don't understand. And this is truly extraterrestrial.
Is it possible that Giorgio is holding an actual fragment of an extraterrestrial craft? And if so, could even more incredible artifacts still remain in the desert outside Roswell?
We need to get going, and we need to get out there so you guys can experience finding some of this stuff, which is amazing.
All right. Let's go explore.
So where do you think's best here now?
We're in the perfect spot, and we're going to cover this whole thing right here.
Uncovering bits of debris in this vast desert is a daunting task. But after nearly a decade spent combing the entire area, Professor Kimbler has pinpointed certain hotspots. Some of the artifacts he brought with him today were discovered in this very location just within the past month.
So just above the area of the ground, we're going to sweep back and forth like this. And we're going to cover this side to side, back and forth, little by little. I've been out here 6 or 7 or 8 hours at a whack swinging this thing till my arms break off. We can cut across this way
You're waiting for that beep.
We're looking off in this general direction out here. The craft basically either had some kind of mechanical failure or something blew up.
Professor Kendler scans the area along the gouge, meticulously covering every inch. After nearly 2 hours, he has not detected any metal objects.
Giorgio, my arm is about to break off, and I'm kind of hoping that you just might have a little bit better luck than me doing
Let's
this.
see.
You saw what I was doing. It's already fired up, and I'm going to let you swing this, and we can just walk. There you go. It's working perfect.
Excellent.
Maybe you'll be able to get the magic flowing on this. Well, I think we need to head up right over here because this is right at the base of the hill, and there's a bunch of disturbed rocks. Might be a good place to capture material that has run off. Also,
within just a few minutes of taking over the metal detecting, Giorgio gets a hit.
I heard something.
Yeah.
There is something.
Oh my God. There is something there, and we need to dig it up. Let me help you find it.
Okay. It's right here somewhere.
We'll find it. We will find it. You're on top of it. You're right there.
Right there.
See if it's there. It's in my hand.
Wow.
Now comes the hard part. It's a piece of wire.
All right. Okay.
A tiny little piece of wire. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna take it and have it analyzed because maybe it's got something in it that's weird.
Let's still investigate this.
We need to take it and have it tested.
Giorgio hands off the metal detector to Linda, who continues along the gouge. Just a few feet from where Giorgio detected a piece of wire, they get another hit.
All right. Pick up your bracelet too. I tell you what, let's dump it into this hand, right here. Here we go. It's another piece of wire.
This is strange looking though. Why is it so twisted and mangled?
I have no idea.
You said that if there was debris, this would be one of the places because of the geographic terrain right here.
It's runoff, and this is what I've used time and time again to find stuff.
As far as Giorgio and Linda are concerned, any metal objects found in the so-called gouge area are worth examining. Is it possible that these bits of wire represent debris from the 1947 crash that was overlooked by the military? Quang Binh Province, Vietnam, 1991. Logger Ho Khan discovers a mysterious entrance to a hidden mountain cave obscured by dense jungle overgrowth. The cliffs leading down to the entrance are so steep he cannot explore it further, but he notes its location. Nearly 2 decades later, the British Cave Research Association finally explores the cave. What the team discovers is astounding. It is the largest underground chamber on the planet.
It's not just a cave. It's an actual world in Vietnam. Inside this cave, it's 40 stories high. There's actually an ancient forest. It's got flowing water, not just a puddle or a stream, but an actual river. Inside the cave is an entire growing ecosystem. And it's so deep that it looks like it's an entrance to a whole other reality.
This incredible subterranean realm, called the Son Doong Cave, is estimated to be roughly 3 million years old. It runs through the earth for nearly 6 miles, and numerous areas where the cave ceiling has collapsed allow sunlight to enter, resulting in the growth of trees and other vegetation. But according to area residents, what's most notable about Son Doong Cave are the strange creatures that are believed to dwell within it.
Local residents describe seeing reptilian-type humanoid beings emerging from the Son Doong Cave, and they believe that they actually live deep inside this cave. What's fascinating about this is that these reptilian-type humanoid beings are similar to the seraphim or the winged serpents in Kabbalistic tradition. The seraphim are said to have gone and lived in the inner earth, according to Kabbalistic teaching.
Is it possible that reports of reptilians at Sondom Cave are encounters with beings from inner Earth? While it may sound too incredible to be true, there have been reports that during the Vietnam War in the 1970s, U.S. soldiers encountered what they described as upright lizards inhabiting caves. And accounts of reptilian beings existing in underground caverns can be found all across the globe, even on the other side of the world, in Cusco, Peru.
Throughout Peru and around Cusco particularly, there are many, many stories of a tunnel system that has something to do with serpent deities, which they call the Amaru there. The Peruvian authorities themselves decided it was too dangerous for people to go into these tunnels, so they looked for all of the entrances they could around Cusco, and they sealed them up. And this is a well-known story within Peruvian history.
While there have been many reports from around the world of human-like reptilians, there is another inner Earth entity described in the Zohar that is even more commonly witnessed in modern times.
According to Zoharic literature, there are beings inside the earth having large black eyes and a nose that leaves only 2 dark holes on the face. Now that corresponds to things that we've heard about these, for lack of a better word, ETs. There is a lot of evidence that these beings that we think are coming from another planet are not coming from another planet. They're coming from inside our own Earth.
The black-eyed entities, commonly referred to as grays by ufologists, are the beings most often reported by alleged alien abductees, many of whom claim to have been taken aboard saucer-shaped craft. Could it be that the so-called flying saucers, so often reported in modern times, are not coming from outer space, but inner Earth? According to some ancient astronaut theorists, this notion is supported by numerous accounts of UFOs that are seen disappearing into the landscape, and sometimes even flying directly into mountains. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, roughly 2,500 miles northeast of Australia, lie the ruins of a once great ancient city, Nan Madol, consisting of hundreds of man-made islets off the eastern coast of Micronesia. It has been dubbed the 8th wonder of the world.
The site of Nan Madol on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia is one of the strangest places on the planet. It's an 11 square mile complex composed of over 250 million tons of basalt logs that are floating on a submerged coral reef. They're 18 feet long, 4 feet in diameter, and are stacked 40 feet up in the air. Why did they do this, and how did they do this?
Today, the site lies abandoned and shunned by the local Micronesians, who consider it haunted.
Nan Madol is one of these disappeared civilizations. It's fascinatingly interesting. This seems to have been the center of power of a major civilization, and yet it also seems that it might have been built on earlier civilizations that are lost in time.
Since stone is difficult to accurately date, no one knows for certain when it was constructed or how it was built.
When you ask the local population, where were these blocks quarried? In unison, they will tell you from across the island, and that they were flown across the island.
According to legend, twin sorcerers of giant proportions came down from the sky and floated above the site and positioned the basalt columns as they desired. A legend that's very similar to the same story at Pumapunku.
When I hear stories like that, I wonder, well, perhaps we have another example of what I refer to as misunderstood technology.
As with other sites like Pumapunku, Baalbek, and the Coricancha, legend says that these structures were not the first to exist here, but instead were built above a much older city.
The mystery of Nan Madol is even more intriguing when we factor in the local legend that states that it was built on an earlier civilization called the Kanamweso, which is submerged below water, but still has those same basalt megaliths.
Objects that appear to be basalt columns have in fact been found beneath the ocean at Nan Madol. And those who have studied the columns, both above and below the water, have discovered a curious electromagnetic anomaly.
There's a strong magnetic field in every single one of the 250 million tons of basalt there. You can take a compass and run it along these basalt blocks, and your compass will just spin as you move it along the blocks. Also, it's thought that the site itself is a special power spot and an energy vortex. And that's why Nan Madol is built there. And this legendary sunken city called Kanamweso as well.
The local population also reports many sightings of orbs and lights that have been seen hovering around Nan Madol. Is it because of the magnetic spectrum of Earth? And you have to wonder if through magnetism the stones were transported in the first place, because they were transported through the air.
Some ancient astronaut theorists suggest that elevated electromagnetic energy present at Nan Madol was not only a powerful tool used to move the giant basalt columns, but that it may also have been the reason that extraterrestrials helped the locals to build here in the first place.
Could it be that there was a sacred kind of part of the site there where they were connecting with the gods? You know, not just through visionary experiences, but actually something in the land, like a magnetic hotspot or a vortex.
We hear the word vortex in science fiction, popular culture, all the time, and a vortex is just a mathematical thing that describes a swirling motion. An electromagnetic field can be formed in a vortex. You could create a vortex that would enable transporting information from somewhere else to here at the speed of light or faster than the speed of light. And if there are places on the Earth where these types of vortexes may be stronger than others, you could see people going there to build structures that maybe altered the electromagnetic field of the local environment.
Was there even some kind of portal or vortex present in some of these sacred places? If that's the case, we have to question these principles of oracle sites, megalithic temples. Were they built to harness this, to be these communication portals between these different places?
There is no question in my mind that these are much older sites than we think, and that they were spots for extraterrestrial communication a long time ago.
The Roswell incident remains the most well-known UFO event in history. But there have been reports of numerous other UFO crashes all over the world, as well as the recovery of strange metal debris. In 1991, geologists searching for gold deposits in Russia's Ural Mountains made a highly unexpected discovery. At depths of over 30 feet, they found a scattering of tiny metal coils and springs.
Russian scientists are finding these tiny nanoparticles. They found thousands of these things. They have to look at them through microscopes. Some of them are just 1/10,000th of an inch, in size. They're all kinds of spirals and tiny machined bits. When they look at it, they seem to be exactly like the kind of tiny nanoparticles and machine bits that we are creating today.
What you see under the electron microscope is mind-boggling, because you see spirals, you see definitely something where the scientists who investigated this came to the conclusion that these items are artificially made out of tungsten and molybdenum. And so that right there is incredibly interesting because that was found exactly at the skip site.
Molybdenum is the same material detected in the metal fragments that Frank Kimbler found in the desert outside Roswell. It is a super strong element commonly used in NASA spacecraft.
These microscopic spirals were made of wolfram and molybdenum. The melting temperature for wolfram is above 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and for molybdenum is about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Some version of NASA from some other star system could send a probe here to Earth, and it could fail and crash into Earth, and we would look at it and think, wow, where did this come from? Maybe one day we might be creating our own Roswell when we send our first probe to the nearest star.
Ancient astronaut theorists point out that dozens of visitors to the Ural Mountains have reported encounters with strange cigar-shaped craft trailing fire across the sky. Could this be the Russian Roswell?
Indeed, people living in the Ural Mountains maybe more often than people living in other parts of Russia witness some strange phenomena in the air and on the ground.
Ural Mountains are a very interesting space in the paranormal history of Russia. And I've studied a lot because there have always been incredible UFO sightings in the Ural Mountains. There are stories of civilizations that have disappeared or went under the ground, the so-called dwarf people in the Ural Mountains.
If the nanoparticles discovered in the Ural Mountains are debris from a crashed alien craft, they bring up another intriguing possibility. Because based on how deep below the Earth they were found, they could have been deposited there thousands of years ago.
They're thinking that these things must be over 50,000 years old. So is this also a debris field from a crashed extraterrestrial craft in the Ural Mountains? There could be crash sites all over the world that are hundreds of thousands of years old, right up to modern times.
Rumors abound that there are facilities located all over the world holding the remnants of crashed extraterrestrial craft, like in the remote hills of China, at Pine Gap in Australia, and Rudlow Manor in England.
Who knows if over the chronology of the history of planet Earth, there were more craft, just like at Roswell, that crashed.
Is it possible that Roswell is just one of many locations on planet Earth where debris from crashed extraterrestrial craft can be found? In May 2019, former British intelligence officer Nick Pope visited the ESETI Ranch in the Pacific Northwest. ESETI is home to the Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence Organization. UFO hunters consider it a major hotspot for unexplained aerial phenomena. Over the past 33 years, scientists from Boeing, NASA, and Lockheed Skunk Works have come to ESETI to research the activity in the sky. But what sets ESETI apart from other UFO watch organizations is that their most powerful observational tool is not a telescope, it's remote viewers.
Remote viewing is essentially taking people who have or believe they have the ability to see things not with their eyes but with their mind and putting them to work gathering intelligence. My first exposure to remote viewing came when I ran the UK government's UFO program. We looked at UFOs, crop circles, alien abductions, anything mysterious and unexplained, I did it. Remote viewing might be tapping into unknown dimensions. I know this sounds like science fiction, but actually it isn't. Some of the work being done at places like the Large Hadron Collider are now quite seriously looking at the concept of other dimensions.
At SETI, ex-government remote viewing expert John Vivanco.
Hi there.
And UFO skywatcher Peter Slattery lead a team of remote viewers. Today, they are working on an experiment that will combine human observation and remote viewing in an attempt to better understand what has become a recent increase in UFO sightings over Washington State's Mount Adams.
So let me know, please, what are your respective backgrounds with this?
I am a remote viewer. I've been doing this professionally for 20 years, over 20 years now, and I run a team of remote viewers, and we work operational type projects for clients, and we look at different types of phenomena that can't be explained through conventional means.
I'm known as an experiencer / contactee, but also I hold Skywatch events. So we're going to do a Skywatch and just see what happens.
Where are we going to do that?
Just going to go to the Skywatch field here, so let's go and check it out.
Okay, great.
As Nick joins Peter to conduct field surveillance, John has stationed 2 remote viewers in a windowless room, armed with nothing more than a pencil and a drawing pad.
The way it works is that a remote viewer is given a random 8-digit number connected to what they're supposed to remote view. Now, they don't get what they're supposed to remote view, only the number. That's it. They're going to be at the location of whatever it is through the mind describing exactly what that is.
So what are these remote viewers actually going to be doing in there?
It's not so much viewing. We get visual snippets and a lot of body sensations. Basically, they're going to be drawing and writing a lot on papers.
And afterwards, once we've got the data, how are we actually going to analyze it?
So I will collect that information from them when they're done, and then in the morning we can meet up, see if we can come up with some explanation for what went on.
Well, great. That sounds good. I hope that we're going to have some interesting and meaningful results.
After discussing the details of the evening's plans, Peter and Nick part ways with John and join the rest of the Skywatch team in the field.
Pete, I see the team has grown somewhat.
We've got Adam here with us. He's going to be helping out the satellite tracker and monitoring the gear. Just very important to be very quick off the mark, knowing what's what. Sometimes we could have 2 things in the sky at the same time, and one of them could be a satellite, the other not. People can mix it up. So when we're focused on the sky, it's great that somebody's focused on the satellite tracker.
Great. So we're essentially making sure we don't miss anything.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We don't want to muddle things up.
The team gets to work setting up the watch station before the sun goes down for the evening. They will be using various technology, including infrared cameras, in order to capture any anomalies in the sky. The location for their watch overlooks Mount Adams, the largest active volcano in Washington State, and a hotspot for UFO sightings. As night sets in, the team has all eyes glued to the sky and on the lookout for any objects that might cross their path. Utilizing real-time satellite tracking data, they can anticipate the arrival of all man-made traffic passing over their airspace.
Hey, is that a satellite? Yep.
Including the International Space Station, or ISS.
Adam, how are we on the timing with the ISS?
1 more minute.
And which direction? West?
It's going to be coming from the west, moving to the east.
Look how bright this thing is.
Whoa! Oh, there it is there. See? That's the space station. Can you see that? The ISS, yep.
Okay.
While the field team watches the sky, the remote viewers are sketching visual representations of whatever comes to them. Incredibly, as the International Space Station passes overhead, both women begin to draw virtually identical rectangular objects.
Well, it's not a UFO, but it's still a pretty spectacular thing.
Yeah, it's pretty epic to see.
After spotting a few other satellites in the sky, Nick and Peter notice a mysterious, fast-moving object, one that does not appear to be a satellite.
One right there, right now. Look how quick it is. Is that a satellite? I've got it on camera.
Where are you at?
East, southeast.
I see nothing on the tracker.
Can you see it up here, guys?
Okay, I definitely saw it up in that section of the sky with my naked eye. It just caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I turned around, saw it for a few seconds, and then it faded.
That's exactly what I saw.
And there was nothing on the monitor at all?
Nope, nothing at all. That section of the sky was clear.
And that's satellites. What about aircraft and flight paths?
Nope, everything was clear.
Okay. Well, it was something.
Did Nick Pope and the ESETI team spot an extraterrestrial object in the night sky? One that inexplicably disappeared. Whistler, Canada, April 17th, 2019. Ancient astronaut theorist Georgios Tsoukalos and retired NASA scientist Dr. Richard Hoover are about to board a helicopter bound for a massive ice cave in the Canadian wilderness.
All right, you ready for this?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Dr. Hoover spent most of his career studying fossils for signs of extraterrestrial microscopic life and is a leading proponent of panspermia, the idea that life on Earth originally rained down from comets in outer space. He has invited Giorgio to accompany him while he investigates the Whistler Ice Cave.
I always love this.
Where he is confident that they will find the glacial ice teeming with microbial and perhaps even more sophisticated life forms. Life forms that may be thousands of years old.
Oh, this is just absolutely magnificent. It really is.
If alien microbes are reaching Earth, Dr. Hoover suggests that they could survive within such an environment for long periods of time. Today, he'll examine the glacier for the perfect samples to analyze in his laboratory.
So, Richard, how excited are you to be here to conduct this experiment? Well, I'm tremendously excited. This is absolutely a marvelous opportunity to do more studies of life in ice.
After a 20-minute helicopter ride, the team arrives at the Whistler Ice Cave in the Pemberton Glacier.
Wow. This is incredible.
Yeah. Amazing. Look at that. There must be 1,000 shades of blue in this ice cave. It's absolutely fantastic. And here we see all of these magnificent shades of blue, and up there you see big streaks of black. Glaciers like to eat rocks, and as they eat rocks, the rocks gather inside, and when the sun shines through the ice and hits the rocks, it can cause it to melt and form nice little pools of water, and then when bacteria and algae grow in there and respire and produce their photosynthetic products, they make their own atmosphere. So around every tiny rock in this glacier, there is a tiny planetary system with its own biology, its own atmosphere, its own soil, in effect, and its own oceans.
The ice here is tens of thousands of years old, but Dr. Hoover believes it is teeming with life.
Wow, I mean, this is spectacular. So you just described basically our environment on a microscopic level.
Exactly. There is an enormous amount of biology above us and throughout this wonderful glacier. What we are about to do is take a core sample of this beautiful blue ice.
So what are you looking for specifically right now?
What I want to do first is chop away an outer layer and get into the inner ice. And we'll be looking inside of the ice for the ice microorganisms. Now we know there can't possibly be any contamination because this ice has been in the glacier and now is only freshly exposed. And now we take the core. Now we're into the ice. I'll pull the ice core out. Okay.
And that's enough, right?
That's enough, yeah, for that first sample. Yeah, cap that.
Okay.
All the microorganisms that grow in ice typically grow very, very slowly. So, in fact, there are some microorganisms that
only reproduce once every half a century or once a century.
So the microbes that are found in here, are they in suspend animation or are they moving around?
Probably both.
So essentially what you're saying is that this entire cave is filled with life.
Yes, but not just that. This entire ice cap is filled with life. There is this enormous amount of microorganisms that live and thrive and love to live in these low temperatures of the ice cave that we have here, and ice caves and icy glaciers all over the planet Earth, and probably all over icy regions within our entire solar system, and maybe widely distributed throughout the entire universe.
America's first zoo opened in Philadelphia on July 1st, 1874. Today, there are well over 400 zoos operating in this country, welcoming about 180 million visitors each year. But as you'll see in our next story, maybe humans are not the only ones coming to observe what's inside.
May 21st, 2022, Amarillo, Texas. It's around 1:25 a.m. and the zoo's security cameras are keeping their sleepless eyes on its animals when they capture this. A strange figure just outside the zoo's perimeter lurks in the darkness. As we push in, the figure appears to be standing on two legs just on the other side of the fence, looking inside. Shocked by the size of the creature and its rather wolf-like head, the Amarillo Zoo has begun asking the general public for help figuring out what this UAO, unidentified Amarillo object, could be. Take another look. This bipedal creature is quite puzzling. The image goes viral with thousands of people viewing it.
Now let's take a closer look at this image. A lot of folks have said they can discern fur on this thing's arms and pointed ears on its head. On the other hand, some people say it's standing like a human and it looks like it's wearing pants. And they see this as a jacket. As for me, I have no idea.
Field researcher Ken Gerhard cites the figure's resemblance to an infamous creature from folklore.
One of the theories is that it could in fact be a chupacabra, a famous creature that has been talked about throughout Latin American culture since the 1990s and is a blood-sucking type of creature. The name chupacabra actually means goat sucker because it's been alleged that these creatures will drink the blood of goats and other small farm animals. I've examined the remains of several creatures that have been called chupacabras, and all of those animals displayed very dog-like features. Pointy ears, long snouts, strange skin, long fangs, other physical abnormalities.
During a 2-month period in 2010, more than 300 goats were slaughtered in rural Mexico. Ranchers believe these deaths resulted from a chupacabra stalking their livestock. So could this image be a chupacabra stalking the zoo? Our experts investigate.
Professor of biology Floyd Hayes begins by estimating the size of the creature.
To me, it looks like the fence itself may be 12 feet high. The animal looks like it's maybe 6 feet behind the fence, which would make it smaller. It appears to be about half the height of the fence. It's maybe about 7.5 feet tall.
That's much bigger than the alleged size of a chupacabra. And there's another issue.
The chupacabra is allegedly a quadrupedal or four-legged animal, but this appears to be bipedal rather than quadrupedal. Bipedal means it's walking on two legs.
Next, wildlife biologist Stephanie Shuttler examines the creature's hair.
Chupacabras are described as being more hairless with gray and scaly skin. In this image, it seems to be more shaggy. It seems to have long hair, especially on top. So it doesn't fit the description.
And even though sightings of the creature have been reported, Shuttler says the proof has yet to be discovered.
Any evidence of animals that were thought to be chupacabras, it always ended up being a canid species like a coyote, dog, or fox with mange.
Demodectic mange is caused by a parasitic mite that lives in the hair follicles of canines. To rid themselves of the parasites, canines will scratch their fur and skin until it falls off. But the biggest red flag of all, why the zoo only released one image of such a startling discovery?
Camera traps, when they're triggered, they usually take multiple photos. So I would love to see the photos before and after. There's rarely a singular photo of an animal when the cameras are triggered. I suspect this was a publicity stunt by the Amarillo Zoo. If they really wanted to figure out what this animal was, there would definitely be more photos of it.
Now hold on a second. If this is a hoax, then the zoo has been keeping up the deception for months. Our verdict? Unidentified creature. A Seattle-based company specializing in wireless cameras donated 80 color night vision cameras to the Amarillo Zoo after this image went viral. So should this creature reappear, there should be plenty of proof to determine what it is.
In May 2021, Queensland-based Yowie researcher Dean Harrison and his team are testing out infrared cameras at Springbrook National Park. They picked this spot because they believe they've seen traces of Yowie activity among the brush. And that night, they captured this mysterious footage. The thermal imagery seems to show a solitary figure hiding behind or even hugging a large tree trunk.
Now, this is doing what Yowies do. They hug a tree, pretend they're a part of a tree if there's a human in the area, and they just blend. So you can see him just putting his head in.
Minutes later, the image changes. Now it looks like there's a couple.
Two giant creatures emerge from the foliage, and one is bending down to pick up something.
As it bends over, you can also make out what looks like one of the creature's heads. It looks cone-shaped. The figures are large with wide shoulders and ape-like proportions. Field researcher Cliff Barrickman, who has been to Australia to study the Yowie, says the footage aligns with descriptions from indigenous peoples going back centuries.
All of the Aborigines down there have drawings on the walls of caves depicting these things. They're prevalent in their storytelling traditions as well. But then the settlers came in the late 1700s, and they too started running into Yowies, which is another very strong indicator that they're a real biological animal.
Now, Bigfoot-like creatures are part of folklore the world over. Nepal has the Yeti, Mongolia has the Alma. And one theory is that they all descended from a single Asian ancestor, some of whom made it to Australia, while others crossed the Bering Land Bridge, came to North America, and evolved into Bigfoot. If this video is real, it could help prove that theory, but that's a big if.
There's some sort of subject, creature, person, if you will. It's something that's emitting a heat signature. And as we go through different FLIR filter arrays, this object's movement is consistent. There is something happening in here that's moving around.
Look at the footage with this filter. Now the head comes into better view. It appears to have a pronounced sagittal crest, a ridge of bone along the top of the cranium. It's similar to what's seen in the skulls of the early hominid Australopithecus, which some believe to be the common ancestor of Bigfoot, Yowie, and other similar creatures. But Primo is cautious.
Although we have not found any evidence to support that the recording was fabricated, we have no idea what is being depicted here.
Next, our zoologist Roxy Furman analyzes the anatomy of the figures.
What we can see clearly at one point is that there are two animals pictured. It also looks like it's a bipedal animal, which means it walks on two legs.
That might have you thinking primate, but here's a key fact. There are no known primates native to Australia. In fact, the only bipedal animals are the cassowary and the kangaroo, which look nothing like this. So how do we explain the heat signatures in those head shapes? Furman thinks she may have the answer. People wearing headlamps.
That would explain why the head's a slightly strange shape.
That would mean the people were either misidentified or they're participants in an elaborate hoax, maybe Australia's version of the Patterson-Gimlin film, if that was a hoax too. But anthropologist Kathy Strain says that in this case, size does matter. The research team went back to the spot in daylight and measured the tree, matching the thermal footage as best they could to get a sense of the size of the figures in the infrared video.
Whatever it is more than 8 feet tall. The possibility of them being human is highly unlikely. I came to the conclusion that what this video shows are two real Yowie. I think it is one of the most significant films taken in at least 50 years.
So yes, there's a possibility that this is a hoax. But based on Professor Strain's estimate of the creature's height, we're going to say these are possible Yowies. Havia Iloilo, Philippines. A CCTV security camera rolls on a warm July evening in 2021. The camera captures a dimly lit street where a woman, later identified in the news as Mary Lou, sits in front of her home cleaning dishes. Unbeknownst to Mary Lou, a stranger approaches from behind. Then quickly, and as quietly as she arrives, the woman continues down the street, reaches a tree, then she seemingly folds over, dropping to the ground. The woman begins to crawl on all fours back towards Mary Lou. Terrified, Mary Lou stands up and threatens to throw a bucket of water at her. The woman turns and runs away. Watch again. This moment, some people say she doesn't just bend over, but transforms. A week later, another alleged sighting in the same village captured on a second CCTV camera. This time, the person or creature switches between crawling and hopping. As we push in, we see a woman exiting her home, then jumping back in shock.
It doesn't look like an earthly sort of creature. The legs are bent in weird directions, and there's this long neck right there.
Field researcher Cliff Barrickman says the sightings made local news, with some believing the video captured a famed Filipino creature known as the Aswang.
One of the many stories about Aswangs is that during the day, they're just like people. They're people in your village that you may even know. But after night falls, they shapeshift. They have this proboscis tongue for lapping up blood. They go down on all fours and change their shape and turns their legs around in weird positions. Aswangs are said to be responsible for miscarriages in the community, or really anything bad, like a child dies of some disease. It's kind of the catch-all boogeyman. If you want your kids to behave, it's like, don't go out there, Aswangs are out there.
The Aswang are believed to take the forms of vampires, were-dogs, and witches. It's said they can be warded off by salt, ash, or urine, depending on whom you ask. Is this mythical creature what we're seeing here? We'll need to ask our experts.
Biology professor Floyd Hayes applies what's known as kinematics to the second video, the study of animal locomotion.
This creature appears to be quite flexible in its mode of locomotion. It appears to be hopping and transitioning between being quadrupedal and bipedal, unlike what's been reported for the Aswang.
Next, he turns to the creature's anatomy.
In my opinion, the body proportions are very similar to a human. The hind limbs appear to be much longer than the forelimbs, and the feet are pointing forward.
When we line up these proportions with that of a human, that certainly looks like a match. As for the head
is rather obscure in the image, but it looks as though it actually removes a hat as it exits the video.
Anthropologist Kathy Strain believes some legends are legitimate sightings of real creatures, but she's skeptical of this particular clip.
This could be a hoax because as the creature comes to this tree, it pops up and it looks over to see if this person is coming out of their door. That is more human-like, and because they want to make sure they're seen.
If it's a fake, Strain thinks it might be serving a higher purpose.
Folklore has a place in society to teach certain skill sets or certain beliefs.
Mythology across all cultures serves to reinforce cultural norms, such as the imperative for children to stay inside at night.
They get them home on time, to be generally afraid of strangers.
And indeed, we tracked down the guy who made the second video, and he admitted he staged the stunt after being inspired by the first Mary Lou video. Not for fun, but to help with COVID quarantine compliance during the pandemic.
After I saw that video, I was thinking that it might be an inspiration for me to do the hoax. So I did the video for the community purposes, just to force the children to stay inside of their home because it was in the midst of pandemic. This is actually the mask that I wearing that time.
So that may explain the second video, but what about the first one that inspired it? Is it possible that an actual Aswang is responsible for terrifying Mary Lou in the alley?
When this lady comes back towards her and gets down on all fours, she's behaving like a typical Aswang, according to Filipino folklore. She's now gone into a different state where she's no longer human, and her trying to get closer to her without being seen indicates to me that she meant that lady harm. But you don't have a clear view of what she looked like when she was totally down on the ground. It's kind of dark. She's behind a fence. I'm willing to say that I don't really know what happened there.
So we have a split decision. We know the second clip is a hoax, but we can't say that for certain about the first. Aswangs are traditionally women, and while we don't know this woman's intent or state of mind, we do know she was crawling, and Mary Lou was genuinely frightened. We'll stay on the lookout for any future Aswang sightings.
April 2022. A couple in their 50s holiday in the Scottish Highlands. After waking up early on a Monday morning and heading out with their camera, the couple is taking in the eerie sight of the still waters of Loch Ness when they record this.
What on earth is it?
Take a closer look as we zoom in and sharpen the image. It looks like a creature moving through the water.
So admittedly, this video was hard to make out, but I want to draw your attention to a couple of features that really intrigue us. First of all, it is this wake that leads us to believe that this is actually a creature moving through the water. And then, this hump right here is so consistent with other sightings of the Loch Ness Monster.
Some researchers have called this the most significant footage to come off Loch Ness in the last 20 years. It doesn't seem to have an artificial or staged quality.
Yeah, it's really pushing forward now.
It seems like whatever they're filming is actually there in Loch Ness.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt says the elusive legendary creature, affectionately known as Nessie, has actually had its fair share of caught-on-camera moments.
The first compelling image of the Loch Ness Monster dates from November of 1933. And then in April of 1934, something known as the surgeon's photo surfaced. It appeared to show a small head, a long neck, and a hump protruding out of Loch Ness, and quickly achieved worldwide fame. Unfortunately, in the 1990s, researchers proved that the surgeon's photo was in fact a hoax.
But the sightings continue to this day. Nessie is often described as an aquatic creature having two humps, which has led to the theory that there is a surviving plesiosaur swimming beneath the surface of the loch.
Plesiosaurs were an archaic marine reptile that lived alongside the dinosaurs up until the end of the Cretaceous period about 65 million years ago. They were about 20 or 30 feet long. They had a very big body with a long neck and a small head, 4 flippers, and a very powerful tail. And in some respects, this does fit some of the eyewitness accounts of Nessie.
But Gerhardt says there's a good reason why many Nessie sightings remain unexplained to this day.
Loch Ness is incredibly deep, up to 754 feet. And what's really problematic in terms of research is that the water is very dark.
Despite those challenges, researchers have managed to collect compelling evidence that something is lurking in the loch.
Dating back to 1954, there have been literally dozens of sonar contacts with large animate objects swimming in Loch Ness, 20 to 30 feet long, usually serpentine in shape. And as recently as this year, there was a sonar contact at a depth of about 500 feet of a large serpentine, unidentified object about 20 to 30 feet long, further adding to the body of evidence that the Loch Ness Monster exists.
Loch Ness holds an estimated 263 billion cubic feet of water, which is more than all the water in all the lakes, rivers, and reservoirs in the whole of England and Wales combined. So could this video be the latest proof that Nessie is somewhere in there? We turn to our experts to find out.
Forensic video expert Michael Primo determines if this video is yet another hoax.
In terms of authenticity, nothing appears to be CGI. The video appears to be consistent and plays consistently. No editing or splicing was detected. Through the media interrogation, digital information analysis, through medics, We were able to confirm the authenticity of this video, and it is genuine.
So if the video is real, what are we looking at? We turn to marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger to break it down.
You can actually see, based on the other objects around it, that not only is this animal moving through the water, it's actually navigating. You can see it turn towards the shoreline. To me, that means it's not something being towed or something stuck in the water. This is actually a really large animal, I think, moving across the surface of Loch Ness.
So could a dinosaur, thought to be extinct for 65 million years, really survive in the frigid, murky waters of Loch Ness?
Plesiosaurs did actually inhabit this area, but plesiosaurs were known to be very large, voracious predators. So there would have to be a lot of food to support a remnant dinosaur. It would be very difficult for an animal like a plesiosaur to obtain enough food, so I can rule out that this is some sort of living dinosaur.
Furthermore, Conger says that in one of the biggest DNA studies of its kind, scientists from New Zealand's Otago University were able to identify the presence of around 3,000 species in the deep, dark waters of Loch Ness.
This 2019 study actually ruled out the idea of some plesiosaur living in Loch Ness because there was no genetic material associated with that was found.
DNA from whales and dolphins was also identified in Loch Ness by the researchers. Conger rules those out, though, because you can't see a dorsal fin in the video. But she does have one guess.
The eDNA study actually showed a lot of eel DNA in Loch Ness, and this brings the possibility that maybe the Loch Ness monster is actually just a large eel being sighted at the surface.
If it is an eel, it's huge, which is fascinating in itself.
There's still a mystery that's going on, and we're not really sure what we're seeing in Loch Ness.
Our verdict? We're going to say this is possibly a gigantic eel, though we can't say for certain what species. Perhaps one that hasn't been discovered yet. But the mystery is far from solved, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for more evidence.
July 2020, Montauk, New York. A young couple is walking on the beach. It's midday, and the two are searching for driftwood on the shore.
They noticed some sort of odd smell in the air. As they got closer, they realized there was a dead animal washed up on the beach. Something that definitely does not look normal.
Take a closer look at the dead, decomposing creature of unknown origin.
Its body is bloated, the skin is all tan from probably floating around in the ocean for a couple days, and can you imagine the stench?
The carcass is highly reminiscent of another famous find nearby, the so-called Montauk Monster.
News headlines were made around the world in July of 2008 when a bizarre creature washed up on the shores of Ditch Plains.
Everyone had a theory about the 2008 photos. Some wondered if the creature was a turtle without its shell. Some speculated it was a pit bull that had been beaten in an underground dogfight, or a dead raccoon whose hair had come out in the ocean. And what was up with that apparent beak? Might this be something unnatural?
Almost immediately, online conspiracy theories began to circulate that this creature was actually from Plum Island, which is the center of a disease research facility maintained by the United States government.
A 1971 New York Times article described the facility as a devil's island for the deadliest animal disease germs known to man. And a debunked conspiracy theory claimed it was the source of Lyme disease. Adding to the mystery, the rotten corpse disappeared before it could be analyzed.
Well, of course people are going to connect the dots. This thing has to be from that thing, because I don't know what this is, and I don't know what that is, therefore they're probably related.
During the Cold War, Plum Island was the site of a secret biological weapons program targeting livestock. It's currently run by the Department of Homeland Security. So what to make of this recent grisly discovery? The Montauk Monster of 2020? We showed the photos to our experts.
This animal at first glance might seem abnormal.
Marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger considers the Plum Island theory. She says neither of the two Montauk monsters look like mutants.
I can tell that this animal isn't some sort of deformed creature because it has every typical aspect of the skeletal structure of a mammal.
So could it be a sea creature of some kind? Wildlife biologist Lucy Eckersley takes a closer look.
You can see it's got all 4 limbs attached and a thin tail.
That says mammal, and she sees hands, which means it's a land creature.
From what I can see from these pictures, it looks like an animal that walks on all 4s. Maybe it could climb trees as well. It could probably grasp things with its forelimbs. But it also looks quite stocky and round, so I wouldn't necessarily think it was a fast-moving predator that runs after its prey.
That rules out a canine like a pit bull.
The characteristics that I see here, including the teeth, as well as the body structure, and in particular the small front paws that seem to have very thin, flexible fingers, this is relatively easy to identify as a raccoon.
That's a raccoon? Experts say yes, and the original Montauk monster might have been one too. And that beak? Likely the decomposing bones and cartilage of a snout.
Some of the fur is missing, but most of the muscles are still intact. Many animals, if you take away their fur, look very, very different.
Lucy has a point. Check out this creature. Can you name it? Turns out it's a hairless bear.
And so an animal like a raccoon, if you take away its fluffy tail, it's going to look quite unusual. So I don't blame these people for not being sure what this is.
You know, it never helps matters when the corpses of these animals go missing, fueling talk of conspiracy. But in this case, we can tell a lot from the creature's body structure, teeth, and claws. Our verdict? This is the carcass of a raccoon. May 2021, Saskatchewan, Canada. 2 female security guards are working a 12-hour night shift on a Cree First Nation reserve when they discover they are not alone. The footage shared to TikTok shows a grassy slope beside a parking lot as a robotic voice, a TikTok staple, narrates the user's comment.
When we work night security 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and we see something coming at us at midnight.
It's difficult to make out, but it appears to be a nearly translucent humanoid figure walking towards the security guards. The figure seems to blend in with the tall grass and has no identifying features. As it gets closer to the car, the camera suddenly turns away and the video cuts out. The footage triggers a frenzy of speculation on TikTok. One of the most popular theories is that the security guards have had an encounter with something called a skinwalker.
In Native American folklore, and specifically in the Navajo traditions, we hear references to beings known as skinwalkers. And these are shaman or practitioners of dark magic that are shapeshifters, that are able to transform from a human into any type of animal. Typically, it's for malevolent reasons.
In fact, in 1878, the hysteria over skinwalkers culminated in the Navajo witch purge, when 40 suspected witches were killed to restore harmony and balance to the tribe.
These skinwalkers are greatly feared by the Navajo. In fact, it is forbidden to mention the name because it is bad luck and will cause doom to those that mention that name.
There may also be a reason why this creature chose these security guards.
There are theories that these skinwalkers are drawn to certain individuals. The premise behind this is to lure unsuspecting victims deep into the wilderness and to cause them harm, or to assimilate them into skinwalkers themselves.
Since October 2020 alone, hundreds of videos with the hashtag Skinwalker have been posted to TikTok, accounting for 39 million views. So could this meteoric rise in skinwalker videos lead to incontrovertible proof these evil beings exist? Wildlife biologist Dr. Stephanie Shuttler analyzes the video and doesn't see much to support the skinwalker theory.
It looks like a man walking, but you don't really see any clothing. It seems to be like an all-gray figure. To me, it's strange that if they can make shapes into different animals, they seem very human-like, and it doesn't seem to resemble any animal in this area at all, or even any exotic animals.
And she says there's an even bigger red flag.
I also don't understand why the camera drops down. I understand they're scared, but if they're really interested in getting this, it seems like they would have the camera on the whole time.
Next, we take the video to science writer Mick West, who's fully willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
It could actually be some kind of cryptid coming out of the foliage toward the car, but because it's such a low resolution video and because it's so highly compressed, we can't do the normal types of analysis that we do to see if there are indications of fakery.
Still, West isn't ready to call this a legitimate skinwalker. Instead, he offers up another theory.
Kind of see a shape suddenly appear out of the foliage. It's amorphous and it looks like a figure walking towards the road. If someone wanted to fake this or someone was trying to scare somebody else, then you could very easily get this effect just by having somebody in a green camouflage suit and just kind of come out of the background. It is possible that there are some kind of strange creatures out there in the desert that we haven't discovered before, but this really isn't very good evidence of it. So I think I'm going to have to go with a guy in the suit.
We're going to go ahead and call these sightings a human, probably using some kind of camouflage like a ghillie suit. So no need to cancel your upcoming camping plans. But keep your eyes and ears open, and if something comes at you, well, we suggest you run away, just in case.
October 2016, Craig McKay of Alaska's Bureau of Land Management is overlooking the Chena River in Fairbanks when he notices something extremely peculiar in the water. It looks to be around 20 to 25 feet long, and when we zoom in, it appears to be swimming against the current.
I looked down and saw this really bizarre object. It was much larger than anything I'd seen in the river, and it was undulating or swinging back and forth in the current. It was really spooky.
Given the location of this discovery, field researcher Ken Gerhardt says we should consider the local folklore.
In Alaska, we do have a number of legends of water creatures. The Inuit culture talks about something called the Tizharuk, which is a long serpentine animal with a long head, a prominent tail fin. There are many tales of the Tizharuk actually snatching people off of bridges or out of canoes and devouring them voraciously.
Gerhardt says descriptions of the Tizharuk vary, but the most terrifying form is said to be a giant eel-like creature with transparent skin, which not only allows observers to see still digesting victims, but also makes the creature less visible when stalking its prey.
In addition, we have the Lake Iliamna monster, which is also known as the Jigignak. This particular monster has been reported several times. It's described as being 10 to 30 feet in length, with a torpedo-shaped body and kind of a dull aluminum color. So, you know, we have to ask the question, could this be related to those stories?
Early stories of the Jig-Ignak described fish-like monsters traveling in groups and attacking canoes. So is that or one of its descendants what we're looking at here? Let's let the experts decide.
Marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger says if this thing were a snake, it's unlikely to have accumulated snow on its back. And as for serpents,
There's no water snakes in Alaska. This is because reptiles and amphibians are exotherms. They're reliant on the environment to maintain their body heat, and there really isn't enough heat to allow these species to persist in this area.
so Dr. Conger turns for clues to the hydrology of the sea, the motion of the water.
It seems to kind of be moving back and forth through the water, as you would expect an animal with a tail to be swimming against the current.
But hold on, look again.
When the video zooms out a little bit, you can actually see that this object doesn't seem to be moving forward at all. Rather, it's just fixed in place and being hit by the moving current downriver. Therefore, I conclude this isn't a biological object. Rather, it's some type of debris like a piece of rope or a fishing line encased in ice.
So there you have it. Our verdict, based on Dr. Conger's hydrology analysis, this is a frozen rope. But sightings of Alaskan lake and river monsters continue to this day. Are they all misidentifications? Or is there really something down there? We'll keep looking for more video until we have an answer.
Ramen to cart now. Demanding ang boss kaya laging nahihirapan. Sa stress, sasakit ang lower chan. I-Buscopan. Tanggal ang hilab, ipit at tusok. Para sa work, kayang mong galingan. Basta sakit sa lower chan, Buscopan ang magaling chan.
The Kraken is perhaps the largest legendary monster known to man. In Nordic folklore, it was said to stalk the seas from Norway all the way to Greenland. Now, none of the legends ever mention how the Kraken gives birth, but maybe this next video can provide the proof. In October 2019, a team of divers sets off to explore a sunken World War II ship off the Norwegian coast. Instead, they see this. The footage shows the team in a close encounter with a huge, drifting, gelatinous blob. The video is played all over the world. And it's not lost on people that these are the exact waters the dreaded legendary sea monster called the Kraken was known to inhabit. Look at it up close. The giant floating orb is as big as a person. And when the divers turn their flashlights on it, it appears as if the sphere is filled with hundreds of thousands of tiny creatures. Also inside is an orange mass. Some speculate that this is a tentacle. Captain Nils Bodne says he's never seen anything like it in 25 years at sea.
We didn't know what it was, and as we were swimming closer, it was actually bigger and bigger. It was like an alien thing in the water.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt speculates whether this orb could actually be the spawn of the Kraken.
So the legend of the Kraken is probably one of the most celebrated sea monsters of all time. Based on its physical descriptions, the multiple arms, the massive size, and just the reputation for being very malevolent and snatching sailors off of ships.
Legends say that the Kraken could devour a ship's entire crew at once. But despite its fearsome reputation, the monster also seemingly had its benefits. It allegedly swam accompanied by huge schools of fish. Brave fishermen could risk going near the beast to secure a bountiful catch. Unfortunately, Captain Bodne said his team didn't have much air left in their scuba tanks, so they could only document this encounter for a few minutes. But our experts had plenty of time. Let's see what they have to say. Our video forensics expert, Michael Primo, examines the footage to determine if it's too good to be real.
The way that the light bounces off and through this object helped us to authenticate this frame by frame. So at this spot, we can see, again, translucent behavior of the subject behind the object and then some sort of shadowing from his reflection. So I'm leaning more toward that this object was real.
So if it's not a hoax, what is it? Marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger weighs in.
It could be a jelly or cnidarian, which is a stinging animal. However, sea jellies have really distinct organelles and stinging cells and anatomies. This doesn't have any really defined and clear organs.
But apparently there are other deep-sea organisms that look like gelatinous blobs.
Maybe it's some really large form of a hooded nudibranch.
Conger says nudibranchs are sea slugs that secrete a sweet smell, often compared to watermelon, for defense purposes. But they are typically only about 4 inches long. So if it's too blobby to be a jellyfish and too large to be a nudibranch, what's left? Could it be an embryo from the legendary Kraken? Maybe, in a way. The Kraken was an exaggerated version of an animal we now know to be real.
We really can attribute historical sightings of the Kraken to known squid species today, like the giant and colossal squid. I wouldn't say it's out of the frame of possibility.
In fact, we've seen live and dead versions of both species dating back to 1853. And it's believed they can grow to nearly 60 feet. So maybe it is a Kraken egg. But not so fast. After a DNA analysis of the mass, scientists are issuing a new opinion.
It was determined that this was actually the egg casing of a short-finned squid. That's really cool because this object appears to be extremely large. But in reality, it was the egg case of an animal that's only about a foot long. So it's possible that such a small organism can lay such a huge egg casing because it's just full of water.
The lesson here is that in the ocean, small things can come in large packages. So our verdict? This is the egg sac of a short-fin squid. But what about that orangey mass in the center? Scientists believe it's probably ink from the female squid who injected it while making the sphere.
It's March 21st, 2022, Maroochydore Beach, 60 miles outside of Brisbane, Australia. Alex Tan is strolling along the coast when he stumbles across something unusual. He takes out his camera and records this.
I honestly don't know what it is.
An odd-looking creature, which appears to be deceased, lying in the sand. Let's take a closer look. It sure doesn't look like it came from the sea. More like something out of an H.G. Wells novel with its dog-like body and rodent-like head.
So I'm trying to figure out what it was, and had the color of, you know, like a chicken nugget. It was just weird. It really just threw me off. I was just so fascinated at what I'd found.
Author and journalist Aaron McCarthy says that when the video first went viral, thousands of social media users suggested this could be a bunyip. Sure, it could, but what's a bunyip?
A bunyip, which is actually a creature from Indigenous Australian folklore that it's said loves to eat people, specifically women and children. It's a creature that lives in waterholes, lakes, and rivers around Australia. It's been said to look like a seal or sometimes a swimming dog. The word bunyip actually first appeared in print in the 1840s when some discovered fossils that were theorized to be a bunyip. There was actually what was said to be a bunyip.
With GSave, easy net to save with up to 6.5% annual interest.
Skull, displayed in the Australian Museum in Sydney for a couple of days in the 1840s.
McCarthy also wonders if this creature's odd appearance could be explained by some sort of mutation caused by nuclear testing.
Some have actually speculated that this creature is a mutated wallaby. Between the early 1950s and the early 1960s, the British government performed nuclear tests at 3 sites across Australia: Emu Island, Maralinga, and the Montebello Islands. There were 12 major tests performed at these sites, and some of the weapons that were detonated were actually as big as the bombs used during Hiroshima. Those particles have caused a lot of problems for the wildlife that live in those areas.
One other thought. There's also a biosecurity sciences lab located in nearby Brisbane. Could this thing have been the subject of some secret medical experiment and somehow gotten loose?
This show is no stranger to odd beach carcasses. One of our first segments focused on this strange creature found in South Carolina. Some said it had escaped from a nearby off-limits island where thousands of monkeys are bred for research. Could something similar have happened here? Or perhaps this is the legendary bunyip, or some new undiscovered species from Australia's vast outback. Let's let our experts see what's up down under.
We begin with forensic video analyst Michael Primo to see if this video could have been altered.
We were able to confirm that these 4 recordings came from an Apple iPhone. There were no programs that interacted with these files and changed the evidence in any way digitally.
If the video hasn't been altered, what could we be seeing here? We turn to marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger to test the popular online theory that this is a bunyip.
It looks like a mammal to me, but there's not a lot of definable features. The bunyip is said to be kind of a aquatic animal, and what I see here looks to be a really typical quadrupedal animal. So I think because of this fact, it's very unlikely to say that this is a bunyip.
But if it's not a bunyip, what could it be? Wildlife biologist Stephanie Shuttler takes a look to see if this could be the result of radioactive experiments in the area.
Radiation can damage DNA cells, and anytime there is damage to DNA during replication process, this creates mutations. Usually from radiation, the DNA makes mistakes in replication and just keeps replicating cells in their tumor cells.
Damage caused by radiation, like in the Chernobyl disaster, usually leads to side effects like cancer or radiation sickness, which can cause hair loss. But Shuttler has another theory that explains why this creature is hairless.
You can tell the tide is going down, so it's very likely that this creature has been in the water for a long time, in the ocean, and when they're exposed to the ocean water and the sun's rays, it can cause the fur to come off as part of the decomposition process.
So what about the wallaby theory, a creature known to be widespread down under?
Wallabies are similar to kangaroos, but I don't see evidence that it's a wallaby. If it were a wallaby, you would have more powerful hind legs. They would be longer in comparison to the forearms. And in this case, they seem to be pretty equal. It looks more like an animal that walks on all fours rather than hops like a wallaby would.
So if it's not a wallaby, what are we looking at here?
Australia has lots of possum species. I think it's the brush-tailed possum. The limbs are similar in length. Opossums have naked tails. They don't really have any fur in their tails.
Our verdict? This is a brush-tailed possum in the stages of decomposition. It's missing its hair because it's been in the ocean. And the head looks strange because predators will often chew the skin off a possum's head and leave the skull. 2019, on a fishing boat in the North Atlantic, fishermen catch something in their nets. But rather than releasing their find, the seamen document something truly astounding. A large fish head, reminiscent of the creature from the Black Lagoon, has been separated from its body. It looks slimy to the touch, with huge unblinking eyes and a gaping maw. A gloved hand holds the head at the base while another holds a can of soda. It's placed into the mouth of the beast with shocking results. Despite being fully decapitated, the creature bites into the can with a fury, seemingly effortlessly crushing it in its jaws. Field researcher Ken Gerhard wonders if this could be some sort of naturally zombified sea creature.
So in the animal kingdom, there is a process that's been documented known as cryptobiosis, whereby certain types of marine life have actually been reanimated or brought back to life. Sea monkeys, of course, were tiny brine shrimp that had essentially been dried out, desiccated, that were, for all intents and purposes, dead. But people could reanimate them by introducing seawater.
Gerhard is also reminded of a phenomenon among humans called lucid decapitation, wherein the severed head of a person continues to exhibit lifelike qualities.
There have been many examples, particularly during the French Revolution. They had the famous device known as the guillotine, which was efficiently designed to chop off people's heads. And there are many stories of disembodied heads that seem to be animated and alive, sometimes minutes after the decapitation.
In one famous example in 1905, a French surgeon convinced an inmate sentenced to death to blink as much as he could after the beheading.
Once this decapitation occurred, he actually called out the inmate's name, and he claims that this beheaded head actually looked at him as if it recognized its name. So when we consider these cases of lucid decapitation, we certainly could ask, is that what we're seeing here, an example of this particular phenomenon?
Fortunately, we don't decapitate people these days, so there's not much recent data to study regarding headless humans. But there seems to be ample evidence of some kind of life after death, at least physical activity, if not consciousness. This biting fish head is a fascinating specimen. Let's see what our experts make of it. Wildlife biologist Stephanie Schuttler addresses our zombie concerns.
There's no cases in nature of back from the dead zombification, but there are things in nature that happen that resembles zombie behavior.
In fact, it's more common than you'd think. Tropically transmitted parasites like Euoplorchis californiensis hijack their hosts' nervous systems, turning these fish into zombies so the parasites can hop from one host to another.
It changes their brain chemistry to make them want to go to the surface of the water where it's dangerous and flash around so that they get noticed by predators, specifically birds, and get eaten up.
But Schuttler doubts that's what's happening.
I don't think what we're seeing here is due to parasites because the parasite is not benefiting at all. The fish being dead doesn't help the parasite at all.
So could this instead be an example of lucid decapitation? Marine biologist Shay Conger weighs in.
When an animal dies like this, there's a number of things still going on that don't immediately stop. And one of those is blood flow. So blood carries oxygen to different tissues of the body for some period of time. The brain is really reliant upon oxygen to function.
Because this is a sea creature, we can assume it's cold-blooded, which means it requires less oxygen than mammals. So a bodiless fish can continue to use up that remaining oxygen for a longer period of time.
In the case of animals that are recently deceased, there is something called a cadaveric spasm, which is when you still have some electrical potential in your nerve cells, meaning that there's still some kind of ionic charge between the nerves that can fire back and forth. What I see here is a typical face of a mature wolf eel. They have very strong jaws, and what's happening is that nerves are just being triggered. This doesn't mean that the animal's alive.
This phenomenon has been caught on camera numerous times. So while we're looking at a fish, it's not a fluke. Our verdict? This is a decapitated wolf eel displaying some kind of muscle spasm. A natural occurrence, if you can believe it, albeit a disturbing one.
This is the Barents Sea, located between Russia and the North Pole. It's one of the most remote and unexplored places on Earth. And one deep-sea fisherman there has brought creatures to the surface that are so bizarre, his Instagram account has made headlines. Fish with bulging lips, what looks like human dentures, and fluorescent red-colored eyes. Creatures with heads shaped like aliens. The images are so bizarre, and there are so many of them. Journalist MJ Banayas, who covers the unexplained, says it's made people wonder if there's something unnatural going on below.
These creatures look so bizarre that people naturally question something's wrong. One theory is that these aren't natural animals, but rather the product of some sort of bizarre mutation.
Look again for yourself. Mutation seems like a reasonable explanation for this. And it turns out the idea of mutated Russian fish may not be far-fetched, as our military expert Tim McMillan explains.
Any government that has any kind of nuclear proliferation program has always had this problem of how do you get rid of your waste. And for a number of years, the Soviet Union's answer was dumping it into the Barents Sea. 17,000 nuclear containers, multiple different nuclear-powered ships were sunk, and an entire nuclear submarine. From a period of about the 1950s until the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Whoa. So the Soviets used the Barents Sea as a nuclear toilet bowl for decades. And as our physicist, Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi explains, radiation and DNA don't mix.
Radiation is really tiny subatomic particles that are flying along. And when they encounter a DNA molecule, they can strike it and break it and change it. So when DNA is subject to radiation, then what happens is the instructions for writing a new animal are changed. So you could end up with anything virtually.
A recent scientific study found that a Soviet nuclear submarine at the bottom of the Barents Sea was nearly 1 million times more radioactive than previously estimated. So are these freaky fish the result of all that dumping? Our marine biologist, Dr. Shay Conger, looks for answers.
Oh, di yan naglag. Nagulat lang na may masarap palang good for you.
Nangingilo? Sensitive ka. Use Sensodyne.
Conger looks first at the fish's shape and scales.
If these fish were impacted by radiation, we would expect to see strange bumps or protrusions on different parts of the body. But I don't see any signs of radiation sickness or poisoning throughout this animal. Its epidermal tissue actually seems to be pretty intact.
Okay, so Conger says these fish aren't the victims of a nuclear waste dump. But then what else could explain some of these bizarre features? Conger has a theory.
They undergo a process of what we call barometric trauma.
It turns out that some of these fish have the bends. When human divers come up too quickly from the deep, the change in pressure causes the gases in their body to expand. Well, same for fish.
Often these fish will come to the surface with their stomach sticking out of their mouth because of the extreme pressure of having the gases within their body tissues expand at such a quick rate.
But there's got to be more to this fish story, right? Conger says the real story was millions of years in the making.
Each species on Earth has a very predictable and well-defined evolutionary pathway that makes it what it is today. These animals aren't alien, they're just adapted to an extremely different environment than we're used to.
The jury is still out about the long-term effects this contamination will have on marine species. Dr. Conger cautions that the impact could take decades to be fully felt. For us, natural evolution and the bends explain these weird-looking fish. So our verdict? This is a non-nuclear phenomenon.
It's May 2017 in Indonesia's Maluku province. Locals are heading out to work when they make a gigantic, gruesome discovery floating in the water. Cell phone video shows them examining the rotting corpse of a 50-foot dead sea creature that has somehow washed ashore. Here's a look from another angle. The formless blob is not only immense, it looks like it's coated in some sort of white, shaggy hair. What kind of animal has hair like that?
It seems like it's something that shouldn't exist. And in fact, if this animal were terrestrial, it wouldn't be able to exist because of its sheer body mass.
Folklore is chock full of legendary sea creatures as big as this carcass. The ancient Hebrew Leviathan, the Jormungandr of Norse mythology, and the Kraken, a kind of giant octopus, so big it was described as a floating island in Viking eyewitness accounts.
Oh man, I bet that stinks there.
But field researcher Cliff Barrickman says these carcasses have their own name.
Globsters. Globsters are cool in every way. It's part blob, it's part glob, it's part lobster. I mean, how awesome is that?
Globsters have been turning up on shores around the globe for years. This one, known as the Cherbourg carcass, was discovered in France in 1934. But what to make of this one?
Globsters have also washed up on beaches in Florida, New Zealand, Bermuda, Canada, and South Africa. But they've never been spotted in the water alive. So what exactly are we looking at here? Let's turn to our analysts.
Wildlife biologist Lucy Eckersley first focuses on that amorphous mass of tissue.
I think these could be mistaken for lots of different sea animals, and because they look kind of squishy, you might think that they look like a giant octopus or a giant squid.
A giant squid? But look.
We can see some exposed bone.
This video clearly shows this creature has a spine, so it can't be an invertebrate. Next question, what to make of that hair?
What looks like hair across this creature is actually fibers of collagen.
Marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger says that collagen, a protein that provides structure to skin, bones, and tendons, is the biggest clue.
When components of the body begin to break down, the collagen begins to emerge. And because collagen doesn't break down as quickly as other tissues, these globsters can start to take on a hairy appearance that you wouldn't expect or be able to explain if you weren't familiar.
So what was this before the sea decomposed it into a globster?
This is actually pretty typical of what I would expect to see in regards to the carcass of a large whale. You can see some striations on the bottom of this object, and that is what we would expect to see in the mouth cavity of a large whale, such as a blue whale.
And Conger should know. As you can see, she's been up close and personal with globsters herself.
To witness firsthand one of these animals at close distance, to the human mind, is almost unsurmountable. You're looking at the scale of an animal that's bigger than anything that's ever lived on the planet. And so to unpracticed eyes, they seem absolutely impossible.
Ultimately, this story is about the power of the sea. In this case, its power to transform the bodies of dead animals into something unrecognizable. And once that hair was explained to us, it became clear. Our verdict, the globster is not the kraken or a sea monster. It's a dead whale.
November 7th, 2019, Miao Village in Kunming, China. A visitor is wandering through a park near Kue Lake when she takes this video.
这个鱼已经成精了，有人的样貌。
The footage shows a fish, but there's something more here. There are two dark dots that look like human eyes, two vertical lines which resemble the sides of a nose, and one horizontal one underneath where a man's mouth would be. It's uncanny. Take another look as we zoom in.
What I'm seeing is obviously a large fish, but as it swims closer to the camera, it appears to have a human-like face, where you can actually make out what appear to be eyes, a pronounced nose. This is really creepy and disturbing.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt speaks of this fish's resemblance to a local legend.
Dragon's Gate represents one of the most famous Chinese legends. The story describes a carp in China's Yangtze River, which began to swim upstream, slowly mutating as it went. And when this carp finally reached the head of the Yangtze River, the gods rewarded it by transforming it into a golden dragon. In modern depictions of Chinese dragons, we often see these large scales, which is almost a tribute to this carp fish. Perhaps this carp or this koi type of fish is in the process of transforming into one of these golden dragons.
Gerhardt explores another possibility, that this creature could be the result of covert government activity.
There have been many theories that China have been conducting experimentation with marine animals. You have examples of porpoises and seals that have been trained for military use. Perhaps they are somehow trying to manipulate the genetic makeup of different types of aquatic animals.
Is this ringing any bells? It certainly reminded our team of something. The human-faced shark we previously investigated. We decided that was a birth defect caused by pollution in the ocean. So what exactly is going on in the waters of China? We'll turn it over to our experts to decide.
Biologist Dr. Floyd Hayes mulls the theory that the Chinese government might be trying to mutate fish with other species. There have been cases of fish undergoing gene editing techniques that resulted in the development of limbs with bones, joints, and musculature. But Hayes says the morphology of this fish, particularly the dorsal spines and the large, thick scales, are in line with what we'd expect from a normal carp.
Haven't seen any evidence that it has been mutated with any kind of other animal, such as a reptile or a mammal.
Next, marine biologist Dr. Shay Conger weighs in on how the fish got this way. She compares the phenomenon in this video to our previous case involving that bizarre shark.
The human-faced shark had really severe developmental defects. What I see here doesn't seem to have any structural issues. Because fish hatch from eggs, it really is survival of the fittest. And for an animal to get this size, it would have to be very healthy. And what we see here are really distinct markings, but I don't see anything biologically wrong with this fish. What we see appears to be a really healthy live carp.
We always have to consider the phenomenon of pareidolia, the tendency of the human brain to perceive meaningful images, especially faces, and random objects like clouds and even electrical outlets. But Conger says this isn't just our minds playing tricks on us. The key here is that the carp is known as the plastic species, with a marked tendency to produce varieties and races in response to selective breeding and environmental influences. Conger says those markings are no coincidence.
There have been other cases of carp that looked like a human face. Having markings is a really common technique that we call mimicry.
And why would a fish want to look like a human? It's all about survival of the fittest.
Having marks that look like eyes is a really disconcerting thing for a predator, because in that split second where the predator has to decide if it's going to go after a prey item or not, having something that causes a little bit of uncertainty is advantageous.
Our verdict? Adaptive marking patterns. Yes! This species of carp has developed these strange features over time to help it survive in its environment. And this specimen just happens to be exceptionally well adapted.
August 10th, 2019, in Tynemouth, United Kingdom, a small seaside town in northeast England. A local man enjoys a morning coffee on a pier overlooking the water when he spots this.
We see a creature in the water, dark, skinny, and wiry, of indeterminate length. It lurks just beneath the surface in the shallows, hovering in place and almost submerged. But then it breaks the surface and reveals a long, smooth body. Its shape is reminiscent of a snake, and then it goes back under and disappears.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt helps make sense of what we just saw.
What's exciting is that I can't readily identify what type of animal this is. One intriguing possibility is that there could be a form of quote-unquote underwater alien. And this is borne by an ex-Ocean X researcher who does an underwater exploration, who claims to have encountered alien-like creatures in the ocean that he described as hyper-advanced. But physiologically speaking, he said that they somewhat resembled stingrays or manta rays with wing-like appendages.
Next, Gerhardt wonders if this might be a saltwater cousin of a local freshwater legend.
Still others have hypothesized that this could be Bow Nessie, which is England's most famous aquatic denizen. Bow Nessie has been reported from Lake Windermere, the largest lake in England. It's described like a serpentine animal, but very large. Reports of Bow Nessie only date back to about 2010 or so, when it was first observed by a reporter. And since that time, there have only been about 10 sightings or accounts of Bow Nessie. But still, we have to recognize that there is a long history of lake monsters throughout the British Isles.
Bow Nessie, like its legendary cousin, the Loch Ness Monster, is thought by many to be a plesiosaurus, which were believed to live exclusively in the oceans. Until July 28, 2022, when an international team of researchers discovered plesiosaur fossils in ancient freshwater riverbeds in Morocco. So is it possible that a plesiosaur could be making its way from Lake Windermere to the ocean?
In addition to aliens that resemble stingrays, underwater photographer Luis Lamar has described giant underwater spiders and poisoned deep-water sea snakes with bright yellow heads. Such figures are referred to as USOs, or unidentified submerged objects. Could this be one of the alien creatures from Lamar's accounts? Let's ask our experts.
Wildlife biologist Stephanie Shuttler weighs the possibility that we're looking at one of Britain's famed water monsters.
People think that this is Bow Nessie or some type of lake monster by the way that it's moving. It seems to be going in and out of the water, and these things fit what a lake monster would look like.
But Shuttler's more skeptical.
I wouldn't say it's really characteristic of an animal. Usually animals move faster, especially at the end. They don't bob up and down like that. When the end parts of it come up and down, they look like 90-degree edges, and I can't think of any animal that fits that description.
Next, marine biologist Shay Conger discusses the possibility that this is a creature from another planet.
It's been conjectured based on some witnesses that this might be an extraterrestrial, but this to me looks like a really normal object. It's in pretty shallow water, so it doesn't seem like there's anything particularly mysterious about it. It does seem like it's moving pretty dynamically in the water, and that could either point to the fact that this is something that's alive, or it's just something that's really flexible and catching the incoming tide and currents as they come in. Based on the fact that this object is not really making any advanced or directed movements, I can pretty much rule out that this is some kind of alien or extraterrestrial creature.
But even though she doesn't believe this figure's an alien, Conger still thinks the evidence points towards something strange and unexpected.
It's not navigating its environment, it's just waving a lot. Hydrologically, if this were an animal, you would see something like a wake or disturbance at the surface. So because of that, I don't think this is a living, self-propelled item. I believe this is probably some sort of plastic or other type of debris that's being moved around in the water.
Conger points out that more than 10 million tons of plastic waste enter the oceans each year, and between the angular shape of the object, the lack of a wake, and its dark reflective nature, all signs point to this being a large piece of plastic floating in the current.
The verdict? This is just some floating debris. We didn't spot Bow Nessie this time, but rest assured, we will keep a keen eye out for more sightings in Tynemouth.
Sulit ka sa Guard 2-in-1. Anti-dandruff shampoo na, may conditioner pa. Switch na.
The River Thames is no stranger to swimmers of all shapes and sizes. In fact, King Henry III's pet polar bear was known to use the river as his own personal hunting grounds in the 11th century. But now something else appears to be stalking these waters. Take a look for yourself. London, England, March 2016. A passenger is enjoying a scenic ride in a cable car overlooking the fabled Thames River, when something in the water below catches his eye and he manages to capture this shaky but shocking footage. The video is unsteady and unfocused, so let's slow it down and zoom in. It appears to show a dark shape as it surfaces momentarily and then dips back beneath the murky waters. For field researcher Ken Gerhardt, this might be proof of an impressive discovery.
The humps are characteristic of alleged sea monster accounts from around the world. So this could potentially be something unknown.
The video naturally went viral, with people comparing the creature to the Loch Ness Monster and another legendary creature.
The Lake Windermere monster, or Bow Nessie, is an aquatic creature that's been reported from Windermere Lake in northern England, which is one of the largest lakes in England. And sightings are fairly recent for the most part.
Gerhardt notes that all famous sea monsters seem to share some common traits. Could they also share a common ancestor?
All of our lake monsters worldwide seem to dwell in cold water lakes along the lines of latitude from 40 to 60 degrees north, and with the highest concentration along the latitude line of 50 degrees. And the physical descriptions are also very similar. Massive serpentine animals ranging anywhere from 15 to 30 feet across.
Field researcher Cliff Barrickman says there's an even stranger possibility that stems from urban myths dating all the way back to the Victorian era.
There is a theory that what people are seeing is actually some sort of escaped crocodile or an alligator. People have reported seeing swans sucked from the top of the water and dragged underneath to their deaths. What's doing that? Maybe it is one of these escaped alligators or crocodiles or something like that.
For Gerhardt, though, the possibilities are quite limited. Sea monsters, as he said, or something equally big.
We could be dealing with some type of whale that strayed out of the ocean and came into fresh water. And in fact, this behavior has been documented before.
50 years ago, the Thames was so polluted it was considered to be biologically extinct. Since then, new protections have been put in place to restore the river, and the wildlife has returned. Could this be nature healing itself with a vengeance? Let's see what our experts have to say. When our marine biologist, Dr. Shay Conger, analyzes the video, she has her doubts about one popular online theory making the rounds.
Some people have speculated that this could be a submarine temporarily coming above the surface of the water. This doesn't look like a submarine to me because we don't see anything like a periscope. Rather, it's just kind of ambiguous humps.
Now, Dr. Conger has told us before that pollution could lead to strange mutations, but she doubts that this is some kind of giant mutant croc.
Crocodiles or alligators are exothermic animals that are adapted to warm environments. And the Thames is a fairly cold water estuary, and they would have a really hard time surviving here.
So what about a wayward whale? It wouldn't be the first time. A young minke whale was actually spotted in the Thames as recently as 2021.
If I had to guess, this looks something like a whale or other very large creature. The size of this object does fall within several large whale species. And in fact, humpback whales have been discovered in the Thames. And there's also been other species of whales that have been found here, including bottlenose whales.
Wildlife biologist Dr. Stephanie Shuttler respectfully disagrees. She thinks there's something fishy about the video.
It doesn't look like any sort of sea animal. It has these points emerging from the water. Whales and dolphins are really smooth. and it doesn't seem to be moving like an animal. We're not seeing it shift at all, and we see this dark shadow, but again, that's not moving at all. The other suspicious thing is when we see the so-called animal start to submerge, we don't see that dark spot disappear. So I think what we're seeing is just something added. I think this is some sort of altered video.
So yes, this could be a hoax. But based on Dr. Conger's analysis, we're going to call this one an unidentified creature. I, for one, am calling this just another reason I'll never be taking a dip in an English river. February 2022, Sakan Nakhon, Thailand. A local man is on a Saturday stroll in his neighborhood when he sees something strange moving slowly in some dirty runoff. Knowing no one would believe him without proof, he reaches out to the creature with a jar and captures this. A long, tubular creature sits in some shallow water at the bottom of a barrel. It's about 2 feet long and it sure appears serpentine, but it's covered in what looks like an odd greenish fur. Let's watch that again. It rears its head and pokes a pair of tiny nostrils above the surface, and the tongue flicks out suddenly. Field researcher Ken Gerhardt fills us in on what the internet made of this fuzzy creature.
One theory is that we may be looking at an example of a real, genuine dragon. Many of our dragons in mythologies around the world are chimeras. That is, they combine different features from different types of animals. For example, a serpentine or reptilian body shape, but often adorned with mammal-like features like claws or hair, a beard, sometimes wings.
But aren't dragons usually bigger? This creature looks relatively small.
We have a type of dragon known as the basilisk, or the little king, which is a very tiny type of dragon that comes out of the Middle East. One could make an argument that this is representative of one of these small dragon stories.
One of the most compelling things about dragons is that they've been documented in mythologies around the world. It's hypothesized this may be because all cultures feared snakes. But some say this collective consciousness about dragons indicates our ancestors all actually encountered the same fantastic creatures. Let's turn to our experts for their thoughts on the reality of this serpentine beast. First, we turn to our veteran forensic analyst, Michael Primo, to determine whether this creature is real or just a clever digital mock-up.
Through physical aspects of the scene analysis, lens flaring from the camera, as well as lighting that was produced from behind the camera, the verdict is that this is an authentic video.
An authentic furry serpent? If we're going to go there, let's talk about chimeras. They don't all have to be dragons, and in fact, there are some examples of chimeras in nature. We have the narwhal, the famed sea unicorn, a whale with a tusk reaching up to 10 feet in length. Some of these creatures are so unbelievable that even scientists doubted their existence. Take the duck-billed platypus, for example. Initially, 19th century naturalists were sure that specimens sent from Australia to Great Britain were hoaxed. Could this be, like the platypus, something entirely new? Marine biologist Shay Conger weighs in.
To me, this looks like a type of snake. You can see that it's flicking its tongue in and out, and that's one of the main ways that snakes sense their environment is by essentially tasting the air or testing the chemicals in the water around it to see if there's food or danger. But there's something unusual going on to where it's coated in this green fibrous material. Snakes, because they're reptiles, don't have fur.
Conger says mammals need fur to keep them warm, but reptiles don't.
Reptiles actually use the heat of the environment around them to warm their bodies.
We turn next to wildlife biologist Stephanie Shuttler. If it's not fur, what is it?
It really looks to me to be more plant-like.
Sounds wild, but animals with vegetation growing on them are more common than you think.
There are turtles that get algae on them and other snake species that get algae on them. Sloths have algae throughout their fur. Polar bears, when it's warmer, their fur will also turn a greenish color from the algae. But the really remarkable thing is that this snake is pretty much entirely covered.
So how, and more importantly, why did this happen?
The snake had to be moving very slowly because the plant spores need to embed themselves into the skin to grow. onto it. It protects them, predators can't see them, and it helps them catch more prey because the prey can't see them as well. It also makes them smell like the environment. They're essentially carrying the environment on them. It could be that this snake intentionally let the algae grow on it as a survival strategy.
Our verdict? Algal growth. This is one of those rare stories where the truth is just as fascinating as any legend. According to locals, this is a puffed-faced water snake. The next time it sheds, the algae will go with it, and a new bloom will need to take root on his body.
September 2020. Jeannie Wilson of Taylorsville, North Carolina is cleaning up after game night with family and friends. She heads into her sunroom where she comes across a modern-day monster. She records this video of a foot-long snake slithering around the bottom of a 5-gallon container with 2 heads. Based on the video, the snake's heads appear to be working independently of each other. Jeannie was nearly shocked out of her skin.
I spotted him in the corner of the sunroom. I thought somebody had stepped on his head and mashed it. And I looked really close and I said, "You've got 2 heads," and it's like, wow, for a 2-headed snake to make it that long out in the wild is amazing.
Field researcher Cliff Barrickman believes that animals like this 2-headed serpent may have been the original inspiration for many of the world's most fearsome mythical monsters.
Probably the only thing scarier than a snake might be a 2-headed snake. If we look back into ancient times, you can find stories of multi-headed animals, like the multi-headed dog Carabas that guarded the gates of hell, or the Hydra, the many-headed snake monster. And I think that behind these sorts of stories is always a grain of truth.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt lays out a more sinister idea. Warning, these images could be disturbing.
I'm thinking of a Russian scientist who is able to successfully attach the head of a dog to another dog.
That would be Dr. Vladimir Demikhov, a pioneering Russian surgeon who transplanted one dog's head onto the neck of another dog back in 1968. The conjoined animals survived for 38 days.
So we can't rule out the possibility that this 2-headed snake could be the result of a similar type of experimentation.
Sadly, about 3/4 of all conjoined twins die before, during, or soon after birth. So how did the snake get this way, and how did it survive? Is this fantastic beast unnaturally lucky, or is it a bit too fantastic? First, we brought the video to Roxy Furman to assess the authenticity.
I've seen conjoined twins before of various different other species, but my initial instinct was, is this head real or not? And up until kind of halfway through, this second head is not kind of using its tongue to smell the environment. But then there was a point where the second head, its tongue comes out, and at this point you can see it's kind of wanting to move in a different direction, which then made me think this is real.
Furman says these 2-headed creatures are examples of a natural but mysterious mutation called polycephaly.
There's a lot that we still don't understand about conjoined twins. If there are 2 heads, both which have their own consciousness, then who kind of overrides the control of the body, or whether they communicate with one another as 2 individuals would.
Furman refutes the idea that this multi-headed snake could be the product of human experimentation, similar to that of Soviet scientists in the 1950s.
There's no indication of recent surgery, there's no stitches or suture marks.
So it's a real, natural-born snake. But what explains its mutation and its survival?
It seems to be doing pretty well. This is unique because we don't often see animals with 2 heads that seem to be healthy, because they don't tend to survive in the wild.
And while Conger is positive the snake isn't some bizarre experiment, she says the genetic mutation we see here may still have been caused by humans, just not intentionally.
Amphibians and reptiles, like snakes, are actually just really prone to mutation. And a lot of this has to do with environmental pollution. It's been shown that there's a number of pollutants that can actually cause malformations in wildlife, and we're seeing this increasingly today.
So, our verdict. This snake was an example of polycephaly, quite possibly caused by pollution. What became of it is this story's happy ending. Jeannie gave the snake to a friend, and here's his update. He says he named the serpent Double Trouble and says he's alive and well.
When Double Trouble was found, he was already a few months old, so he had a good start. He's approaching a year old, and he's never refused a meal. He's just been thriving, and that's the sign that he's going to make it and possibly live to adulthood. I always wanted a two-headed snake, so it was kind of like a dream come true, and I've loved working with him ever since.
It's March 2020, a hot and humid day in the Brazilian Amazon. Local fishermen are crossing the Xingu River when they encounter an extraordinary sight. At first, it almost looks like waves or ripples, but let's have a closer look. It's some kind of gigantic snake. This thing is nightmarish, and by one estimate, it's 50 feet long. Field researcher Ken Gerhardt says it immediately reminds him of the legendary river serpent known as Boyuna, a gigantic mythical deity of South America.
It's described as being an enormous black snake or serpent, and it's considered to be a guardian of sorts, that it actually stands guard at certain sacred places.
But huge snakes aren't just part of folklore. They're actually part of the Amazonian fossil record. This is the prehistoric predator Titanoboa, which measured more than 40 feet long. Its midsection as wide as a man's waist. It weighed over a ton and could stay underwater for as long as 45 minutes.
This thing did in fact exist, and in this kind of habitat. Who's to say that they're all gone?
The fossil record shows that Titanoboa went extinct millions of years ago, but field researcher Cliff Barrickman notes that sometimes allegedly extinct species turn up alive and well. Example, the famous coelacanth fish.
The coelacanth fish was thought to be extinct for millions of years, like 20 million years, until it was discovered in the 1930s, swimming around in the oceans off of Indonesia. So we should expect to be discovering animals that were either thought to be extinct or are related to